Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Making Law Simple. My name is David Helm, a licensed practicing attorney in the state of Michigan. Yes, this is live. Great success. This is live. Welcome, everybody, back to the afternoon session of day one of the Jennifer Crumbley manslaughter trial. So who are the players in this case? Let's do a little bit of recap. Not everyone was there at the beginning. We'll do a little bit of a recap. And if you're unfamiliar with this case in general, Ethan Crumbley on November 30th, 2021, took a firearm to his school and shot and killed 4 people, injured, I believe, 9 others. His parents have subsequently been charged with involuntary manslaughter. Involuntary manslaughter, pursuant to Michigan law, requires a grossly negligent act that caused the death of somebody else. Generally, in those situations, we're talking about, think of reckless driving, or, you could think of extreme examples, throwing a gun up into the air and who knows where it lands and fires, things like that. But what's different in this case is that the defendants haven't actually pulled the trigger. They didn't do anything to specifically cause the deaths. They're essentially charged with involuntary manslaughter under the state's theory that they had a duty to protect society at large from their known dangerous child, and they failed to exercise reasonable care in addressing that issue. That's the theory. Completely novel, completely new. I don't care. People talk about, well, they've charged parents in the past for things. This is completely new, standard that they're trying to apply to these parents. Whether it's right or wrong, everyone understands that this is a completely new form of law. And the problem is, and the hang up, and the reason why a lot of people like me have an issue with it is because you're essentially charging somebody criminally for the intentional wrongful acts of a third party that you weren't in concert with. It's not like this was a conspiracy or that they acted or that Ethan acted at their direction. This is a legitimate, if it was, they'd be charged with murder 1 or murder 2 or something, right? So that's the case. Jennifer is being tried separate from her husband, James, his trial starts March 3rd, I think, something like that. And but here's the makeup. We have Honorable Cheryl Matthews is the presiding judge. She's fair. She's measured in her approach, and I really like her approach. Some of the state's exhibits that they wanted in, some of the state's witnesses that they wanted in, she said no to. Some of the defense exhibits that they wanted in, the judge said yes to. Some of the exhibits that the defense wanted excluded, the judge said no, the state's allowed to call them. So she's calling things, I think, appropriately. You have Karen McDonald, the elected prosecutor, and Mark Keast, who is the first assistant prosecutor heading up this trial. On the other side, you had Shannon Smith. Shannon Smith is Jennifer's attorney, and she is assisted by somebody else, and I forget his name. So those are the players in the case. There are 17 jurors. 10 of them are women, 7 are men. There's 1 black man. Otherwise, everyone is white. Most of them are parents. They say that they're okay with guns, that they go hunting, they own guns, they're fine with guns, and that they have no opinion regarding Jennifer until they hear the evidence. And many of them agree that teens can sneak things behind their parents' back, and it's almost impossible for a parent to know everything that's going on a kid's phone. So that's kind of the position of the jury that we know of thus far. And so they were seated yesterday. Today we had opening statements this morning starting about 9 a.m. The prosecution showed pictures of the victims, called it an act of terror committed by Ethan. And despite the knowledge that mother had of his mental health, mother purchased a firearm for him, saw the math sheet, knew what he was capable of, but still didn't do anything to protect society. That's essentially The the long and the short of it, and then the math sheet they're talking about is this, where you could see a bloody body and words that say "help me" and picture of a firearm and things like that. This was the morning of, though, so it's not like this existed for weeks or days even before. This was the morning of. The defense started her opening with, believe it or not, a quote from Taylor Swift. I believe it's an appropriate quote, but Band-Aids don't stop bullet holes. It was the quote from a Taylor Swift song, but I think it's appropriate. And she also went into, the defense counsel went into slivers of evidence from the forest, or from a forest of trees, was was sort of the theme of this. That meaning that the prosecution is pulling out, of the 25,000 text messages that were sent between Ethan and his friend, or Ethan and his parents, or his parents, that there were 5 that showed that Ethan was planning this, or uh, was suffering from some sort of mental health issue. 5 out of the 4-foot tall stack of text messages, slivers of evidence from the forest of trees. And I believe that's an accurate depiction of it. Sort of case. The state expects the parents to know absolutely everything. We are still waiting for the case to be called. Just so you know, we're not missing anything right now. That is Jennifer's defense counsel. Obviously, Jennifer's not in the room, so we have to wait for that. In the meantime, I just thought I'd get you guys caught up. So, what do you all think about this? Uh, Band-Aids don't fix bullet holes. Let's see. The quote was, "Band-Aids stop don't stop bullet holes. Don't fix bullet holes." Is that the quote? Don't fix. I'm gonna write that down. Don't fix bullet holes. All right. Give it to Brandon. To be such a Swiftie, he knows the exact quote from her song. I don't even know what song that is. Brandon, please put your playlist down below for us. Thank you very much. Um, David not sounded muffled. Did David not sound muffled? They don't sound muffled to me. I picture David singing "Shake It Off" in his office. I absolutely love that song because it's my attitude as I walk through life. I didn't need the song to get there, but I appreciate the song. And if you have ever been a troll in my chat, you very well know that I don't really care. You know what? Should I make "Shake It Off" my anthem, Jamie?
No. Well, for this trial, I was just going to correct or agree with Brandon. Yes, it's bullets don't fix bullet holes, and it's from her song "Bad Blood." So you got to have bad blood,
Band-Aids don't fix bullet holes,
or
not bullets.
band-aids don't fix bullet holes.
All right. I got the quote down now, right. All right.
Okay.
So after the opening statements, the first witness was a teacher from Oxford High School, Molly Darnell. She was shot. They played some videos, not of her being shot, but of her walking down the hallway after being shot with police officers. Defense objected ahead of time to all this stuff. No one's contesting that a shooting happened, that Ethan was the one who did it, that terrible things happened. The defense is stipulating to it, but the state still wants to present these videos and pictures in this testimony. So that was the first witness. Then the second witness was Christy Gibson Marshall, who was the assistant principal at Oxford School. And she testified to seeing Ethan in the hallway, told him to come this way because there was a shooter, didn't know he was the shooter. Then he turned away and she realized he was the shooter, and then saw the victim and went and helped the victim. Then they played a video of this. And while the video was playing of this, the defendant, the mother of the child that the state's trying to prosecute because she didn't care about her son, starts crying after seeing her son with a gun over his victim walking down the hallway. And then the state prosecutor, Karen, has the gall to address the court and say, "Could you please instruct the defendant not to cry?" And it's just like, okay, some things are to sort of happen. The prosecutor was all kinds of upset. That I'm going to end up clipping that and putting that out there because that was ridiculous. To go after the defendant, the mother, for crying was ridiculous. Why do I have no sound? Where's my sound? There we go. And we finished off. The last witness for the morning was an employee from the gun store that sold the firearm. Basically, everything was purchased legally and was purchased by James. Ethan was there for the last one, and they paid cash. So that's the relevant information. Hey, Dave.
Hi, Danielle.
Danielle, I think is going to join me on Monday for this trial. Or no, tomorrow? Tomorrow? Monday? I don't know. She messaged me, I messaged back. One of those days. I thought they had donuts. It looked like a donut box for a second. I believe that's a firearm box.
It did look like a Dunkin' box for a second.
This is perfect. Apparently I was an hour behind. Well, welcome. I'm glad you're here. Wait, why is my feed not working? There it goes. All right, now it's working. Yay. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Go tell your friends. Tell your friends that we are here and that we have an awesome trial going on. My Twitter feed is full of Zachariah Anderson stuff. Jamie, did you watch Sadie Beecham's interview yesterday?
Yes, I did.
What were your thoughts?
I was enraged.
As one would appropriately be.
It was very disgusting.
Yeah.
I have lots of thoughts.
Lots of thoughts.
Well, if I couldn't hate that woman anymore, I do now.
Right. This is going to be another case where they open up all the boxes of evidence right in front of the microphone. It's going to be great.
Yeah,
Glorious.
great.
The meeting is in the only real time zone. Everyone else just sort of revolves around it.
It really is.
Only 65 thumbs up? That can't be right.
Come on, people.
66. Ooh.
Do they really have to just smack the mic right now?
I know. Yay, we're back. Legitimate hearsay. We are back. Welcome to the afternoon session. I just gave a brief recap, identified the attorneys in the case, that sort of thing. And if you are a member of my channel, you get access to my Discord. I'm going to be posting my notes at the end of every day. They're not verbatim, everything going on.
Your Honor, calling people versus Jennifer Crumbley, case number 22279-990-FH.
Her McDonald recording in progress. Karen McDonald, appearing on behalf of the people.
Thank you, Mark. Please, on behalf of people.
Thank you. I'm Shannon Smith on behalf of Jennifer Crumbley. Mr. Snella.
Sean Godwin on behalf of Jennifer Crumbley.
All right, you can be seated. I wanted to let you know that my colleague, Judge Brennan, has been conducting a jury trial this week that she started on Monday. No one else in the courthouse was permitted to
So
conduct
on
a jury trial while we were doing this one, but she did take a jury on Monday. I just learned that 3 jurors on her trial were approached by media and asked if they were jurors on a criminal matter.
What the
sheriff's
fuck,
department
media?
is conducting an investigation. As we know, jury tampering.
Was it
is a
me?
crime. If I find out that anyone approaches a juror in this matter, they will immediately be taken into custody and ordered to
It wasn't me.
Warren, this is not a threat. I'm going to adjourn you, okay?
Thank you, Judge.
Were they approached by members of the media or just some random dude?
Some random
Just so the record's
dude.
clear, next witness is
Yeah.
Agent Brett Brandon. Counsel's indicated she has no objections to any of the exhibits. I'll make that record for you.
Hang on, I want to get the name.
So just so the record's clear, next witness is Agent Brett Brandon. Counsel's indicated she has no objections to any of the exhibits. I'll make that record for you.
Okay.
Agent
And that's
Brandon.
correct.
Great that no one should be having any discussions with you. So if someone approaches you, you should tell me right away. I heard some things that I heard that a juror on the case that was selected Monday was approached, and the sheriff's department is doing an investigation with regard to that. So if anything like that happens,
Apparently,
Judge, not,
so there's not supposed to be any other jury trials going on. That was clear. That's why this judge wants to make sure this goes very smoothly. There is another judge apparently that does have a jury trial scheduled for Monday, and she's seating a jury. Now, when they were seating that jury, everyone walks around with a little badge on it that says juror. And someone apparently approached a member of the jury from that other trial and asked if they were a member of the jury from this trial. And apparently it was a member of the media. So the judge is just making it clear, like, nobody can ask, nobody should be confronting you. And if they do, let us know.
not by, the allegation isn't by a lawyer, just so
no,
they.
no, it wasn't. It wasn't by a lawyer. It was alleged to be by someone from the media who thought that jurors for another judge were jurors for this case. And it was someone from the media. So I just want to let you know that.
Wasn't me.
Some people do not follow my orders. All right. All right, who's next with us?
Special Agent Brett Brandon.
Is it
Judge, for the
Brett
record, we did
Brandon?
speak, with counsel, there's stipulation to the admission of all exhibits through this
Why is it
witness.
so fast?
31 through 75, Judge.
Your Honor, just give me 1 second.
Okay, sure.
Yes, that's correct. I just was checking the number. Thank you. I'm sorry. You're going to listen to this, but you're going to do it. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Did I hear Brett Brandon?
Do you swear to affirm the testimony about
Brett
the
Brandon.
I do.
Could you pull the door before you have a step up, have a seat? Could you state your name for the record?
I definitely heard Brandon. I didn't
Yes,
know what the first
Brett
name was.
Brandon, B-R-E-T-T, Brandon, B-R-A-N-D-O-N.
Okay.
Brett Brandon.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Douche.
All right, just to let everyone know, there's a lot of exhibits here, so Mark and I are.
Just look
gonna
at all the
try to do
firearms,
this,
all the
at least get the
bullets,
exhibits
all the
together
whatever.
To be as efficient and quick as possible. Special Agent, what's your formal title?
It's a special agent with the Bureau of Alcohol,
What's your formal
Tobacco,
name?
Firearms,
Brantley?
and Explosives, commonly referred to as the ATF.
All right, and as part of as being a special agent in the ATF, what are you assigned to right now?
Right now, I'm assigned to the Pontiac Gun Violence Task Force. It's a partnership with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office focused on investigating the criminal possession and use of firearms, specifically shooting investigations.
Okay, and for those of us who don't, or people who might not know exactly, it should be common sense with the name, but what does the ATF do?
The ATF enforces the nation's arson, explosives, and firearms laws, but as you might expect, our primary focus is on enforcing the federal firearms laws.
Okay, and does it involve state laws or regulations in any way?
Yes, so as I stated before, I'm on the Pontiac Gun Violence Task Force, and through that and other partnerships, we commonly embed with and work with state and local law enforcement on a daily basis.
Okay, so you do still enforce state laws in that capacity?
Yes, investigate state crimes, yes, with
Okay.
the state and locals.
Investigate, thank you. Can you tell the jury what your background and experience is?
Yes, I have a Bachelor of Arts in Political Science from Oakland University. I also went to law school for 1 year at the Catholic University of America.
Did you fail out,
I
sir?
then went to the ATF National Academy and completed the requisite training to become a special agent.
So you would rather be a special agent than a lawyer?
Yes.
Okay.
Just look at yeah. So
Grab it.
he's got a creepy vibe. Like he's undressing me through the camera right now.
And
With his
how many
eyes.
years have you been in the ATF?
I've been an agent for a little over 10 years, and I've been with the agency for nearly 15 this summer. I was a student intern working primarily in intelligence for 4 years, both in undergrad and that 1 year of law school.
Approximately how many shooting investigations?
Quit
have
with
you
the
been
1 year
involved in?
law school, man. It doesn't make you sound good.
Hundreds?
Yes,
And you testified earlier, your job is to enforce and investigate federal firearm laws, but do you have a general understanding of state firearm laws?
yes, I investigate crimes committed within the state of Michigan involving firearms as a part of my assignment on the task force and other previous assignments with that task force setting. Yes,
Special Agent, do you know who Jennifer Crumbley is?
yes,
Do you see her anywhere in the courtroom today?
I do.
Would you describe what she's wearing?
Is his
She's
mother
got
sitting
a,
in the bedroom in
gray
a
and
chair?
white sweater on, seated at the defense table in the middle.
Thank you. May the record reflect he's properly identified.
I don't reflect the credit identification of the defendant, Jennifer.
How did you get involved in the investigation on this prosecution and one with the shooter? Can you explain to the jury how that happened?
Yes, I'm the federal agent assigned to the Oxford shooting investigation.
No, no,
Okay,
John.
Let's go back to November 30th. Do you remember where you were that day?
Yes,
Where were you in the morning?
I was in the Detroit Field Division office in downtown Detroit.
Okay, and when did you first hear of the shooting?
Within several minutes of the shooting, an assistant special agent in charge at the time came into my partner and I's office and informed me that there had been a shooting at Oxford High School. He knew that I grew up in a surrounding town, was aware of the area, and wanted to inform me. I immediately grabbed my things and ran out the door out to my car and drove north.
Okay, you've responded, and part of your job, do you respond to active shooters?
Yes,
Okay. When you heard about the Oxford shooting, did anyone assign you or tell you you had to drive there and go to the scene?
no.
And did anyone else in your office at that moment go with you?
At that time, I think information was still coming in. At that time, I don't think anyone had responded yet. No.
And what made you go immediately?
I've had familiarity with the area. I knew exactly how to get to Oxford High School. I'd also been involved in another investigation recently with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office at that time. I had a close relationship with them.
New pull
and
up.
thought that I'd be able to get on the ground quickly and help out in any way I could.
And this was the community that you're familiar with?
Yes.
Okay. About how long was it after you heard that you left the building?
Immediately. My chair was still spinning, according to my partner.
So was your partner there when you left?
No, he had stepped out for a minute.
And when he came back, your chair was spinning?
Yes.
Okay. So how long does it take you to drive from
What?
downtown Detroit to Oxford High School in a normal day?
With traffic, could be quite a time, definitely around an hour.
All right.
He's a cartoon character, Jamie. His
Talking
chair
about
spins
once you
after he
got
gets
on
out
the
of it.
road,
Oh, that's what I mean.
As I started driving on the freeway, I believe it was when I got to the Troy area, the Big Beaver exit, that I began to notice other law enforcement with their lights and sirens activated, also driving north on 75 and joined somewhat of, I'd call it a caravan on I-75, joining other people.
What was the rate of speed in the caravan?
It was fast, but it was safe.
Oh, of course he's got to say
Okay,
that.
yeah, it was
There
fast,
no
but it was
traffic.
safe.
People were-
Don't worry. I
Was
didn't go
everyone
over the
moving
speed
to the
limit.
side of the road?
Yes, people were getting over at that time, yes.
Okay. As you drove, were you aware whether or not
feds-
it was a,
The feds have a partnership with the state, essentially. So they will assist the state if the state assists them. It's a big old boys club. They just protect their own.
a false alarm or if it was a real active shooting situation?
As I drove, I began to receive information from our intelligence.
Spinning chair was on your
Employees that-
bingo card.
It was indeed a real shooting and that there were victims and fatalities.
Do you remember who else you talked to on the way to the shooting?
I spoke to ATF Intelligence Research Specialist Michael Malone. At one point,
There's
I
Jamie
also spoke
laughing.
to my wife.
About how long did it take you to get there?
Approximately 35 minutes.
And you arrived with a caravan of other first responders?
Yes, as I got off the Pier Road or M24 to drive north towards the high school, it was like the Red Sea had parted and everyone was parked on the right side of the road. And there was a caravan now of people coming from Auburn Hills and Pontiac, unmarked cars, marked cars, and joining that caravan to get to the high school.
Lights and sirens?
Yes.
This guy has some
What
weird
did
stuff in his
you
basement.
observe when you approached the Oxford High School complex?
When I arrived at the school, I saw some Oakland County deputies that I had known from prior cases, as well as other people from other departments starting to run towards the school. At that point, I don't exactly recall when I learned that the shooter was in custody, but I knew there was no gunfire going on and no one was moving as if the threat was still active. It became clear to me that not the scene was secure, but that the threat had been either eliminated or detained.
Did you see any students in the parking lot or around?
No.
Were you able to determine where the students were?
Yes, as
You guys
I
like
drove
his
past, I believe it's the Meyer there, it seemed like there was way more cars than normal in that parking lot, so I assumed that's where they were meeting.
Okay, so you approached the building and did you enter the building?
Yes.
Which entrance? Can you go?
It would have
Never
been,
mind, it's gonna be too much. We had a map of the school that we admitted earlier, but where in relation to that hallway did you approach the building?
I arrived at the main entrance, which would be off Ray Road, and where the parents would drop off their students in the morning or pick them up in the afternoon and the buses go. I arrived at that entrance.
Okay, when you approached the entrance, were you allowed in?
Yes, my
First of all, I had to run into this guy at the siege.
law
You would have thought he was the shooter. You know, he gets that vibe. Sorry, dude, you got that
person
vibe.
status was verified and I was allowed to enter the building, yes.
Okay, tell the jury what you did.
As I entered, I realized that they were on their, I believe at that time, their second clear of the building to make sure that it was safe. Again, I had worked with other individuals from the Oakland County Sheriff's Office, and they informed me that Lieutenant Willis was in charge. At that time, I thought the best use of my federal abilities and assistance would be to locate the firearm and start the urgent trace.
So I just want to stop you there, backing up. You go into the building.
None of this
and
is
when you say
necessary. This
it was
is
a
all
second
like
clear.
technical
So just to
foundational.
make sure everybody
Yeah.
knows
Okay. So we
that
know he arrived late despite his reckless driving,
we're no longer there.
and he got there. They were doing a second sweep. He located the firearm. He's going to match the firearm to the ones in the receipts and blah 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 blah. That's all he's doing. He's disconnecting the
David.
firearms that were used
Okay, and what
to the ones
is
purchased by the defendant's husband. That's all he's
David.
here for.
He
Sorry?
drove fast but safe. So
Uh-huh.
you
We're
stop.
in the main
Stop.
front office area of the school.
Okay, and you were told that Lieutenant Willis was the ranking officer in charge.
Yes,
This guy right here.
that's right.
They
Okay.
did stipulate
And
to
did
most of
you-
this,
Did
composer.
you track him down?
Yes.
Where was he?
He was standing in front of
But
the administrative offices in the front of the school.
The state
Okay.
still says, no, we want to introduce this stuff.
I told him that I
Judge
was
is
from
allowing you
ATF. I believe some other people let him know who I was as well. And then
It's
I
gonna
asked
be the
if I
first
could
2
get the
days of
identifying
trials on
information
this
and
stuff.
physically observe the firearm used in the shooting.
Why did you do that?
So to start a trace to determine who first bought the firearm, I needed to know the make, model, and serial number of the firearm. And I wanted to physically inspect it to make sure that the information I was getting was accurate.
Okay, but it might seem like an obvious question, but that's also what the ATF does, correct?
Yes, that's our primary role in a situation like this. In addition to being, responding to the active shooter situation, that is the number one thing that we offer that other people can't start themselves. Yeah.
Okay, and so what was Lieutenant Willis's response to that request?
Lieutenant Willis brought me to where the firearm was located. It was in a trash receptacle with some other items, I believe a couple magazines and maybe the shooter's cell phone. And I was allowed to take pictures of those items and markings. And I transmitted that information to ATF Intelligence Research Specialist Michael Malone to start the urgent trace.
Okay, when you say a trash bin, this wasn't a stationary thing. This was someplace, the weapon and the magazines were placed there by some law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
Okay, to basically contain them.
Yes.
All right, and had they been touched? Do you know?
To my knowledge, that they hadn't been touched. I know the firearm was made safe and a round was ejected to make sure there was no other additional rounds in the firearm. But other than that, I don't think it had been handled at that point.
Okay. And you immediately started tracing the gun, you said?
Yes.
Okay. And then what did you do?
It was learned through that process that an individual in Rochester, Michigan had purchased that firearm.
I'm sorry, Special Agent Liz. Describe the weapon. Were you able to tell what kind of weapon it was?
Yes, it was a 6 Sauer SP 2022 9mm pistol with a specified serial number.
Okay.
You
And
reading this,
you-
sir?
I'm sorry. I
It looks
interrupted
like
you,
he's
but
reading this.
You were able to
No, it does.
find out who owned the gun?
Yes, so based on the tracing process, which ATF can contact the manufacturer to find out who they sold the firearm to, and that would be a federal firearms licensee. Most people call them gun stores, but they're federally licensed gun stores. Through that process, that gun store gets contacted, and then they provide the information that identifies the first purchaser of the firearm in interstate commerce. And that information identified an individual in Rochester. Two special agents went and spoke to that individual.
The
who stated they
interstate
sold it
commerce
back
clause is the reason
to
for
the,
all of this,
people. Gun store in Oxford, and then those agents then responded to Oxford. That
How
gun store,
quickly was that happening?
within an hour.
They found out in an hour to go to this individual in Rochester who said he already sold it back to the federal
I screen
license.
captured his image to put
Yes,
in
I
my
don't know
notes.
how long it was between the.
They said he looks creepy as F. He looks like he could be the school shooter, and I put it in there. It's the weirdest thing. It'll be in my Discord.
Actual start of the tracing process to when they eventually made it back to the gun store, but it was very quick.
And again, the way you trace a weapon is what? Can you tell the jury?
Yes. So the tracing process, federal firearms licensees, gun stores have to maintain records. It's called the 4473 that shows who they sold the firearm to. They're paper copies held at the business. And so ATF would contact the manufacturer to find out who the manufacturer sold this firearm to.
But how do they identify which gun it is?
It's based on the make, model, and serial number of the firearm.
So every firearm has its own individual serial number.
Yes.
Thank you. What you said agents were doing that, and they ended up at the store where the gun was sold back to, correct? All right.
correct.
What were you doing during this time?
At that time, I looked for Lieutenant Sam Marsban of the Oakland County Sheriff's Office. I had, again, worked with him on prior cases and wanted to see what I could assist with. It became clear that the Oakland County Sheriff's Office was beginning to type a search warrant for a residence in Oxford, the Crumbley residence on East Street. And I began gathering facts and creating timelines for Lieutenant Marsban to use in the search warrant affidavit.
Okay, and at some point, did you find out what the other special agents found out from the gun store and who that gun was sold to?
Yes.
And what did you discover?
It was sold to James Crumbley on November 26th, 2021.
Okay. At that point, you said you started assisting Lieutenant Marsman?
Yes.
Okay. And then what did you do?
Hey, James.
As a
welcome.
part of those responsibilities, Detective Wogrowski was pulling the surveillance
Aw.
video of
Welcome,
the school
James.
for the shooting, and I started to create a timeline of events and pass that information along to Lieutenant Marsban, as well as, I believe, looking for Ethan's class schedule to determine his whereabouts throughout the day.
Okay.
James, make sure you hit the membership tab and take the link to my Discord where I have all of my member content, and then you can get access to my notes and this guy's creepy image. Welcome, Baker. Baker, would you trust this guy watching your daughter?
This guy looks like a guy. When I look at pictures in the books I read about the Second World Kerfuffle, he
Oh,
looks like
Lord.
one of those guys who wears a.
Is he a fan of
Taylor-
an Austrian artist? Certain Austrian
Yeah, in a
artist?
tailor-made uniform that's black.
And you learned that the gun was sold on November 26th to James Crumbley. Before we get to that, how old do you have to be to purchase a gun in Michigan? Well, under federal law, how
He
old do you
didn't
have to be?
purchase
Under
it.
federal law, to purchase a handgun from a federal firearms licensee, you have to be 21 years old.
Okay, and do you know under state law?
Yes, based on my participation in this investigation and others, to buy a handgun from a federal firearms licensee. Under federal laws 21, if you're buying a firearm from an individual in the state, that requirement's not there. It's not a federal law to do that. It's 18 years old.
Okay. And to be clear, we're talking about handguns.
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to determine whether or not James Crumbley or anyone else in the household
Hey, welcome
had
to the new member
owned any
status as
other
well.
firearms?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury how you determined that?
Yes, as a part of taking part in the search warrant at the Crumbley residence, I learned that James Crumbley had previously purchased 2 firearms from that same gun store in Oxford.
Okay, and what were the names of those firearms? What kind of handguns?
There was a Cobra Classic ENT
5-month
Derringer
member
22
chat.
caliber, as well as
5 months of BS. Well, I appreciate you supporting my BS.
a
Oh,
Kel-Tec T17
talking
22
about
caliber
BS, I
pistol.
have a question.
Mhm.
Have you ever seen a trial interrupted because a jury member had to go to their car and get medication? The jury was-
Deliberation, jury deliberation. Let's be clear.
They were
right?
all brought into the courtroom. A deputy had to walk with her or him to the car. It's medication, probably her, and get the medication. Go back to make sure no one deliberated.
I know. I heard. So weird. I mean, I guess it happens. Thank you, David. Great channel. I appreciate it, James. Yeah, no, that's so weird. I heard that. They stopped the clock on Law and Crime or Court TV or whatever because of the deliberation clock because someone had to go get their medication.
Okay, I'm going to hand
It's
you
probably
what's
birth
already
control
been previously
pills.
admitted.
I don't know what it
the
was.
actual physical evidence, and we are going to, for the protocol, gloves on, and we're handling it.
Yeah, everyone was like alarmed that there was a
Let me know when
jury
you're ready.
question, and everyone gets excited, like, oh, what's going on? And it's just someone needs to go get their medication out of their car. So you realize you have like half the world watching you, and probably something they could have handled without the cameras going live and all that. But welcome everybody who's here, awaiting out the verdict on the Treehouse murder case. Look at that, prosecutor wearing gloves. Nothing like grabbing your gloves all on the outside with your bare
May I
hands.
approach? Okay. I'm handing you what's is marked and admitted as People's 32, Exhibit 32.
And the reason why I'm talking over a lot of these people is just because
Yes,
This
this is
witness-
the Sig Sauer SP 2022 9mm pistol that was used in the school shooting.
all
Just so
the
you've made
all
that,
of this testimony has been stipulated to by the
Correct.
defense. This is the firearm that was used. It was purchased by James. This is the technical foundational stuff that the state has to produce to meet their elements. Despite the fact that the defendant
Do you know about
stipulated
how
to
much
this.
that weighs? It's heavy. For me, it's heavy.
It's
Oh my
not
God.
a
Heavy.
light firearm, no.
And
What's heavy?
Dude, I didn't realize a real gun has weight to it. It's not like those plastic ones. No. So anyway, so if it sounds like I'm disinterested in this, it's because the defense has stipulated to all of this, and we know all
That is
of
the
this.
murder weapon, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what's the significance of a 9mm versus another handgun, particularly the Derringer and the
The
Caliber?
big bullet is
So
dangerous.
it would refer to the caliber. So the caliber is measured in the diameter
not a
of the bore
magnum.
of the firearm. The bore would be where the projectile or bullet expels from the firearm. If it's the 22, it's just the measurement versus the 9mm, meaning that the 9mm is a bigger round than the 22.
Some more
Okay.
banging for
I
your
don't think they
box.
saw that. So the bore, okay.
It's a
The one
gun.
is
It's
which
scary.
one is right
That's what
here?
I'm trying to get at.
Nope, it would be where the projectile actually would come out of.
Here.
Let's
Nope, it
talk
would
about
be-
the mother
Through, if you actually,
and how she's involved.
this would be considered the bore, and that is the size. The diameter of that is the caliber of the
Did he just
specific
lock that-
round and
Can you just
firearm.
hold it up just a little
Look,
bit? so
luckily
that's
it's not loaded. He just locked it.
Yeah,
Okay. You
Are you
were able
supposed to do that?
determine That
I thought the
the,
strip was in
there
there
were
for a
two other
reason.
weapons that James
Yeah.
Crumbley.
I thought that was
Yes,
a
correct.
guard.
And were you able to determine when those weapons were purchased?
Yes, one was purchased purchased on this June 15th and picked up on June 16th. That would be the Cobra Classic ENT Derringer. And then on June 16th, James Crumbley purchased the Kel-Tec P17 22 caliber pistol, but did not pick it up till the 17th of June.
Okay, I'm gonna take this for a second.
Yeah, I know. You treat a gun like it's loaded and ready to go at all
And
times.
then I'm gonna hand you what's People's 33. You can just grab that out of the box. And can you tell the jury what that is?
Yep, this is the Cobra Classic Derringer purchased
That's a
on
woman's gun.
June 6th, picked up on June 16th.
Okay, can I
Yes.
get that for a second so they can see?
That's the kind that Baker carries in his stockings.
Does everyone see that? Okay. So
I
this
have
is
them in my cowboy
significantly smaller than the 9mm. What is, you said earlier, it's the caliber, but some might look at this and say it doesn't even look like a handgun.
You know
Yes.
what?
Very small.
You
It
used to
is
see
very
the
small, and
handguns.
it only has a 2-round capacity for the
You used to
firearm.
see the handguns
but
that
it
they
is still a
used to
firearm,
make
yes.
before like the 1930s when they started regulating them.
And then I'm gonna
There's
hand you People's.
There's a woman's Derringer 22 caliber that looks like a little cigarette purse or container. It's amazing what they used to make these guns look like. It's very cool.
34. What is that?
This is the Kel-Tec P17 22 caliber pistol purchased.
Oh, with the
by James
$9.99 pound super chat. $9.99 pound. I've never seen a pound in real life, but I appreciate it. He's so happy being asked to show and tell. He's going to talk about it for years. I bet he is. I wonder if nobody asked if this was his first time testifying. They're not qualifying him as an expert, but he is extremely happy. I agree. He seems
on
extremely happy.
June, picked up on June 17th.
Okay. So I've just handed you and admitted 3 separate weapons that were in the Crumbley household. This was the murder weapon referred to. You've examined all the evidence in this case. In fact, you're one of the officers in charge, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And is this the same gun that was posted by Jennifer Crumbley as a Christmas gift to her son?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So sometimes I stipulate to exhibits or witnesses or facts or whatever, because I don't want the other side calling them because I think they might say something that looks bad when in reality they just want to get the information out. So I'll stipulate to it to avoid the hassle of, well, what else might this person say? So that's what the defense did here. We'll stipulate to it. Don't show the pictures. Don't call these witnesses that were shot. We'll stipulate that this happened. And the prosecution said, no, we have a right to call these witnesses and establish this evidence, and we're going to. So they did it. Yeah.
How do you know that's the gun? Is there anything unique about it? Just looking at it.
Yes, that's the specific make and model, and obviously the serial number would be distinct as well for the purchase by James Crumbley.
Okay. And then this is the Kel-Tec.
Fair statement. Ken.
Significantly lighter. Do you know how much each weighs?
I don't know off the top of my head how much each weighs, but it is lighter than the SIG and the Derringer. Or the Derringer and the SIG or the Kel-Tec are less than the SIG.
Okay. Can you tell me what the difference is in terms of caliber between the Derringer, the Kel-Tec, and a 9mm? Actually, can you tell the jury?
Yes.
What is the relevance?
Derringer on the top is a 22 caliber. The Kel-Tec in the middle is a 22 caliber.
Why do
and
we
the
need to
Sig
know
Sauer
the
is a
weapons
9mm.
not used?
Okay, so what
Right.
what would you typically use a Derringer and a Kel-Tec for?
Generally speaking, target practice.
A Derringer
What?
is designed as a self-defense, easy to conceal firearm. It's not for target practice.
You would never ever use a Derringer for target practice. It's
What?
an up close and personal gun. You can't shoot over.
They call
How-
them
how
ladies' guns, like Baker said, and then I made a joke about it because they're supposed to be carried closely and concealed. And if a woman ever gets like hauled away by a guy, she can grab it, close action, boom, 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 kind of thing.
Yeah, it's how far would you call it's accurate? A couple of feet?
Yeah,
It has
if that.
absolutely no muscle.
It's not even about the accuracy. It's about its kinetic energy. It's such a small. You have to use it up close. Otherwise, it has no energy.
No, and a 22, it's it'll get stuck inside your muscle. It's just to scare people away.
Yeah.
It's not the other ones are stopping power weapons. These are just to scare people because you have to be good to kill with a little 22, especially a Derringer. You can't.
Yeah,
you can't
it's
target practice.
It's an 1890s taser. That's exactly
Yeah.
what it is.
Self-defense, I would say more than 9mm for self-defense and target shooting.
And I'm
Okay,
Danish. I
and
know
how-
this.
You
Yeah.
said you investigated hundreds of shootings.
Yes,
Okay, any multiple victim shootings?
yes.
All right, have you ever responded to an investigation or a scene on multiple victim shootings where a Derringer was used?
I can't say for certain if a Derringer was used, but a 22 caliber, regardless of the type of firearm, I don't believe in my career I've ever worked a multiple victim case with a 22 caliber scene.
Okay, why is that?
This is like, again, like I
Your
said,
I would object to that. That would be speculation on why he hasn't.
Yeah, there's probably a better question.
How about relevancy?
Can I just get some leeway and I cleared up. I'm just gonna get to that question very, very quickly.
Well, because that does.
Baker, you're going to shoot a Derringer when you come to Tennessee?
Okay, thank you.
No,
Um,
I'd like to shoot something I can feel going off.
What is the weapon you normally see?
It's the same.
on
I don't really
on a
want to shoot an
multiple
AR
victim
because that's
shooting?
just a
Your
toy
Honor, I
gun.
object to the relevance of this. This case is about the Sig Sauer being the weapon. We don't dispute that. We all know that.
Response?
My response is that weapon is more dangerous. It
Your
causes
Honor,
more
I
damage.
object to
I
this
just-
record.
I'm
I
just-
object to making this record in front of the jury. Ms. McDonald is using this opportunity to tell the jury information that I'm objecting to, and I'm asking if we can approach.
Okay.
Do you want us on the hall?
They need to go in the hallway because this jury room is fairly small. It was built in the 70s.
Going
And
to show in our case the reason
Oh,
why
stop
that
talking.
weapon, the 9mm, was purchased and why it's significantly different. That is, and it's absolutely relevant. It has to do
Don't
with,
talk-
Present other evidence
law
to show
category.
why that.
yes, including statements of shooter.
Welcome.
why are they still
Welcome,
talking in
Emilia.
front of the jury?
I know, right?
Your Honor, I think that's extremely,
Well, there are some statements that are coming into the trial, right?
there are, Your Honor, but there is no way the prosecutor can prove this weapon was bought to kill people specifically by James Crumbley or Jennifer Crumbley. And this case is about Jennifer Crumbley. It's not about Ethan. It's not about James.
Okay, so part of it is about what they knew though, right? Part of it is about what the parents knew.
Part of it is about what the parents knew, but there is no evidence to lay a foundation that my client knows anything about the deadly capability of these guns. Nothing. She has no,
It
there's
sounds
been
like
no
it sounds like
foundation.
an argument she's going to make in defense and in her defense, and she has a right to. I just want to be able to have my.
No,
my
you
witness
have to
testify
establish
about what kind of
relevancy.
weapon this is and what.
Lay
the
some
reason you have a
foundation.
9mm versus a 22.
Lay some foundation.
Well, I guess the better question is that you can shoot more bullets out of that quicker. Is that what
No.
you wanna know?
No,
That-
Judge.
and-
No.
and
Oh my
there's
God,
some
Judge.
damage to those bullets.
Sidebar, Judge. Please stop
This
asking
is so-
questions.
No.
Right?
I thank you, Your Honor. I'm just, I'm not sure every member of the jury does.
Yeah, of
So I'm
course
just,
you
I'm
can-
trying to explain it and to
You
people
can
who are
shoot
not
faster
familiar
than Derringer with
firearms.
two
Yeah,
bullets,
no,
but
I understand that.
you can shoot as
Part of
fast
what
as you
you're
can pull
saying
the trigger.
Might be argument.
Ah,
but
this
it's
is
a
so
fact
stupid.
question That the SIG can eject.
I hate
or
gun cases with people who don't know what a gun is.
You can shoot rounds quicker from the SIG.
I don't know.
No.
I don't know that that's necessarily true.
So if you just give me a couple questions.
Okay.
All right, thank you. What
what's
is the
your
difference between the SIG and a 22?
It's the size of the round is the main difference. And
Okay, the size of the actual bullet, for lack of another. I
Yeah,
know you
correct.
say round, okay.
Yes.
And why does the size matter?
The size matters because the larger the bullet, the bigger the hole.
Okay,
Ladies, size matters. Sorry, I'm going to take this freaking stupid opportunity just to pause it, settle down myself for a little bit, and welcome Tammy F to pre-law. Thank you very much for your membership. And then there was another member I didn't really get a chance to address. Oh my God, hang on. Tammy F and M Young, both of you, welcome to the membership group. Make sure you guys hit the member tab on my YouTube channel, on the main YouTube channel, and take the link to my Discord where I have all of my member content. I appreciate it very much, and welcome. Okay, Judge, please don't ask questions in front of the jury of the witnesses, for the love of God. Sorry,
Yeah,
that's
that
all I have
was-
to say.
Absolute BS.
Streaming and taking notes at the same deserves a tip. Oh, thank you very much, Legally Live. I do deserve a tip. I know this is a late tip, but I was prepping for court. Well, I appreciate it very much. Thank you. Yes, I need to. I need to take some.
I
notes.
just want to say, it's now on the record. If you have a big hole, your size matters.
Apparently.
More damage,
Oh my
whatever it
God.
is you're shooting.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Sometimes I wonder why I say stuff.
All right. You said that when all of the other special agents were finding out where these weapons were purchased, you were still at the school.
Yes.
And then can you talk about what you did with Lieutenant Marsman?
Yes, I was watching the surveillance video from the school documenting the shooter's path through the day as well as his actions during the shooting.
Okay, and what were you able to view?
Thank you for the
The actual
price tip,
surveillance
Danny.
video of the shooting taking place.
Like
And
it
who
was
showed that
almost
to you?
donated.
I was with Lieutenant Marsban and Detective Wogrowski.
Okay, when you say the actual surveillance, what does that mean?
So there was an administrative office inside the high school that had the computer system with this, the surveillance video playing on a large monitor. I was in that room reviewing the footage as it played.
Okay, and we're gonna get back to that, but at some point, did you actually go to the home?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Lieutenant Marsban had obtained the search warrant at that time, and I responded to assist with the search warrant.
And when you arrived, who else was there, if anyone?
Multiple detectives from the Oakland County Sheriff's Office and also Lieutenant Marsban.
Did you actively search the home, or were you just present?
I actively assisted in the search.
Okay, did you recover anything in the house related to these weapons or relating a case, anything? What did you find? I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Yeah, I was present for the recovery of evidence, and I also observed 2 targets on the wall in what would be the, I guess we call it the shooter's childhood bedroom, which shares a wall with his parents' bedroom.
Before we get to that, did you recover these 2 handguns in the house?
I was not the one who recovered them, but I was present when everything was there.
Okay.
Yes.
Were any other cases or boxes or anything related to the firearms recovered?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna hand you what's been marked as People's 35. Can you tell the jury what that is?
Yes, this is the pistol case that came with the Kel-Tec pistol. It'd be the middle firearm on the table over there.
So this.
Yes.
And you previously testified and through the other witness, this was purchased June 21st.
It'd be June 17th.
Oh, I'm sorry, June
on that.
17th, okay. All right, and does that case have a locking mechanism?
It's not locked now. There are 2 holes in it, like most standard pistol cases, where if you needed to lock it, you could slide standard locks through each one of these holes.
Let's see this. So,
Tammy, thank you for the
These holes right
$2 super chat. I'm glad you're home
Yes.
and hanging with us too.
Cable, is that what you do with the cable?
no, we're gonna get to that.
Why? Why? Judge,
Okay,
please don't
can you
ask questions.
open
Judge,
that
please don't.
case?
She can. She is allowed to. say that. Judges can ask
Okay, do
clarifying
you
and
know where
follow-up
that case
questions
was
of
found?
witnesses.
Yes, it was in the kitchen, I believe, underneath the Highlander in a cabinet.
Okay. And if I can see this for a second, you open it up and what's inside this Caltech case?
That is a cable lock.
Okay. Is this how it was discovered? Was this cable lock in the Caltech case when this was found?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna hand you
Caltech wasn't
the cable
used.
lock. And
Why
can
is this
you
relevant?
tell the jury exactly what that is?
Yes, so
Because it's 6
cable
hours
lock
that
is used as a mechanism
Is it
to
a
make the firearm
requirement to have
inoperable.
a cable lock
and
on your gun?
It's something you have to
No.
defeat to operate the firearm.
No,
Nope.
it is not.
What do you mean defeat?
So
gonna
you have to
mute.
find the key,
Was that?
Judge is back.
unlock it, or take it off in some other way
Whoa. Oh, is the judge back on your case?
to
Yes.
load and discharge the
Okay.
firearm.
Okay.
Judge is
Um,
back on the
when
treehouse
you
murder case. Maybe a
Examined that
verdict?
for this first time. What, if anything, did you notice about it?
I noticed there wasn't much wear and tear. The packaging didn't have many markings on it, as if the cable lock had been taken in and out. It's very wide, so taken out many times, there'd be more markings on the sides of this cable lock. It looks almost new.
Yes, I know.
Does it look
Karen.
like it's ever been disturbed?
No.
How many keys go with the cable lock?
Generally, you receive 2 keys on the same key ring for 1 cable lock.
Okay, are there 2 keys in there?
Yes.
Okay.
First day of trial. Is this how you
Anything
dreamt it
else
would
about
go?
this?
Are you living the dream?
Right. Have you ever
Well-
opened this up?
No.
And as far
It's
as you
quite
know, no one's
entertaining
actually
thus far.
disturbed this?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, so this is in the same condition as it was when it was found in the Caltech case, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay.
Why
Can
is
this
the
be used on
Caltech
all of
anything
these
relevant?
handguns?
It can be used on the Keltec pistol and the Sig Sauer pistol. I'm not sure how small that cable is for the Derringer. It may fit, I'm not quite sure.
Okay. Thank you. This is exhibit 39,
Yeah, I agree,
the
Steve.
cable lock,
Oh, the lock is separate.
yes,
Okay.
and that's admitted.
Fox. This judge is actually paying attention. Head back and forth, looking at the evidence. Yes, but the judge is not the finder of fact. The judge is simply a gatekeeper. So the judge can ask
All right, I'm handing you
questions
what's
and
been,
should pay
Admitted
attention.
as People's 36.
But some of the questions
And what
seem
is
to
that,
be
Special Agent?
This is a
misleading.
black safe with a combination on the front. It was found in the Crumbley parents' bedroom on the shelf in the TV stand or dresser where they kept their TV.
Okay, how many numbers is the combination?
It's 3.
All right, and what is it set at?
0, 0, 0.
All right, what's significant about 000?
It's better than 1, 2, 3, 4.
Generally the
Or 1, 2,
factory
3.
default for a lot of safes.
Okay, so even though to some people who aren't familiar with firearms, this might look like a box.
Do you know for
this is actually
sure?
what you refer to as a gun safe, correct?
Yes.
You call this a
Do you know for sure that this manufacturer put 000 as the default?
safe?
I would call that a safe, yes.
Okay, what, if anything, was found inside this safe?
Both the Derringer and the Keltec pistol were located inside that safe.
Okay, I'm going to hand this back to you. And then I'm going to hand you
Could you imagine if it was
that
666?
was found in
That'd be
it.
worse than
And if you
000.
could place that in there as it was found. Okay.
Imagine the slide was forward on this when it was found.
000 is just as random as any other 3-number combo. That is true.
And then I'm handing
Statistically
you the
speaking.
Derringer.
Why are we
Okay.
putting it in the
Can I
case?
see that? Is this how these 2 handguns were found in the bedroom of Jennifer and James Crumbley?
Yeah, I don't recall the exact positioning, but both were placed in that safe, yes.
Okay, and it was closed and locked to 000.
I'm not sure the combination at the time when it was recovered. I know that the combination is 000.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to examine this and determine whether or not the SIG fit in this
No.
safe?
It is not a
Yes, the
crime
SIG
to
is too
not have
large
your
of a
gun
firearm.
blacked
The
out.
safe will not close with that firearm inside the safe being the SIG.
Okay, will it not close if if there's one of the other handguns, or it won't fit no matter, regardless of whether another handgun was in there?
It will not fit by itself or with another firearm. It will not close.
Okay.
No requirement that they have their guns locked up.
All right. I'm handing you what's been admitted as People's 31. What is that?
This is the pistol case for the Sig Sauer 9mm pistol used in the school shooting.
Okay, so in other words, that is the case that this SIG was sold in.
Yes.
Okay, and do you know where that was found, and where was it recovered, if you know?
It was located on the bed in the Jennifer and James Crumbley's bedroom next to an empty box of Patriot Defense ammunition.
Okay, and does that have a locking mechanism?
It doesn't have one inserted, but as the other pistol case, there are 2 holes in the pistol box that you could place a locking mechanism through to secure the case.
Okay, and
Your Honor, I would just object as to foundation for where the gun case was found, because this special agent came in after other law enforcement had pulled that case out, opened it, and put it on the bed. And so it's very misleading for this jury to hear that this gun case is just laying on a bed. And so
Good, I was
I
wondering
would
if we
just
would
ask
get
that
that
there be foundation laid about how he,
Okay, I understand. So,
could we respond?
yeah,
Okay.
Judge, he was on scene at the search warrant scene.
Okay,
This is
great.
Search warrant scene, but what she's
Yes,
saying
the jury is sitting there.
Is he initially the one that found that case, and was it found on the bed? Can you clarify?
It was found on the bed, but I think at least 2 times Ms.
my
Smith said she
God.
didn't object to foundation
There
on her
is no
exhibit.
law
in
that
which
says
case
you have to store,
It sounds like
lock
she
up,
does, 'cause
whatever
that's
you
a
got.
foundational question, and
that's not true. I object to the question. I don't object to the exhibit. I object to the foundation about the testimony of that being found on the bed, making it sound like these parents left it out on the bed.
we're happy to have we have
When you,
Officer Stoic to
when you saw the gun case, it was on the bed?
No.
No.
Not when I was in the search warrant house. No, when I was in the house for the search warrant, I did not observe it on the bed. No, at that point, it had been moved off the bed.
Gee, good question.
we're happy to bring that in through another officer, no problem. Okay,
Can we get clarification then on where he saw this gun case? I can ask on cross. I'm sorry, never
when's the
mind.
first time that you had a chance to examine that, Special Agent?
I believe it was on the, with the other evidence, either on the kitchen counter or on the dining room table inside the Crumbley house. Once I arrived on scene.
So you saw it that day?
You know,
Yes.
2
Okay.
infuriating things that
And
we're watching.
if you can place
day
it
after the other.
on the ledge there so the jury can see it, can you turn it around? Is it clasped right now?
You're moving for submission, right?
It's already admitted.
Because she can't factually argue. Okay, so what they're going at here is this case was found by initial officers open on the bed. This witness did not see it in that position, although he's being asked about it being open on the bed, and the objection is proper in that this witness didn't see it open on the bed. So he doesn't have any personal knowledge of it. He can't testify about hearsay or from hearsay as to what other witnesses might have seen. So the objection is proper, and the prosecutor doesn't have any facts to support the to have the objection overturned or overruled, rather. So that's what's going on here.
I don't think it was any.
Oh, she stipulated to the admission. And
You know what happened? It was listed under a different witness.
I don't know.
We do
My wife
stipulate.
might be watching.
Okay, thank you. Could you, is it clasped completely right now?
Yes.
Okay, could you, can you,
I misread
would you
the
mind,
question. I'm
would you mind
sorry.
if you stand right there?
Yep.
They're all like trying to stand up to see, so.
Oh, the other prosecutor, the female prosecutor, they're tag teaming it. I don't know. They can both object. I forget who was asking. The female officer is asking the question, or the female prosecutor rather. So she should be the one that responds to the objection, not the other one. But the judge here in Michigan, the rules aren't that rigorous where it's like one attorney per witness and that is it. We don't really do that. As long as everything is coming from the same side, we're fine. What is the point of any of this? Jen E wants to know. Jamie, what is the point of any of this?
Nothing.
Okay.
I mean, in my eyes, it's just,
Is that okay, Judge?
No,
Well,
no, it's
everyone's
very
stipulating.
important
I'd
to
like
show
you to
that there was
demonstrate-
very scary, deadly guns in the house that only can be purchased if you think that you're gonna unalive someone.
That's right.
Well, I know why she wants to make it relevant because, oh, it was just sitting open on the bed. The kid had all
What's
access to it.
What's funny is that the guy says that the Derringer is for target practice and the 9mm is for unaliving someone, when in reality, the opposite is more likely true. That the 9mm is for target practice and the Derringer is for unaliving someone.
It would
So
make
he-
more sense.
Right?
But
How to
and
open that,
Sorry.
for
what's
the,
that?
it's just stupid that again that they get away. And you are a pretty gun-rich state, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We
So I
have lots
just
of
hope.
guns in this state.
Yeah, but I
Yeah.
just hope that some of the people on the jury have seen a gun before.
Well, that's the thing. So when I was sitting in on the jury voir dire, most everyone that wasn't excused right away had guns or owned guns and things like that. And the report that I'm getting from the Channel 4 news guy who was also in there, but he was in there yesterday, is that everybody on the jury owns guns. Or just about everyone on the jury owns guns. So that's good.
So they would know it's just BS that you would use a Derringer for target practice.
Or that the only reason you buy a gun is because you want to unalive someone.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I think, right?
Yeah.
jury, if you could just maybe place it on the ledge so that
They won't see it.
Your Honor, we can't see it. Can we,
You can move it.
okay, or can we just see it maybe twice, like show them, then,
Sure.
thanks.
Yeah, there are firearm owners on the jury. I'm very happy about that.
And I'm sorry, can we just see, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, and then if you could clasp it back.
Any gun, no matter the size, the bullet, the barrel.
Okay,
It's
so Special
a
Judge,
deadly
that sounds
tool.
like a silly question, but
Yep.
it makes a
It's
noise
just
when
so
you open
stupid.
it and clasp it back, correct?
Yes.
Definitely Pam from the office.
Well, I'm gonna get to that.
Hey Baker, I see a stream
I'm sorry,
going
that's just
live
a lot
on your
of exhibits
channel
and
in
I
2
wanna make sure I
hours.
get to everything.
That's why it's.
Yeah, it's because I put it up so I can just jump right into it. I don't have to set it up. I'm smart like that because then I can just pull it if
Just trying to be
judge is back.
proactive.
Judge is back.
All right. You don't have to, well, do you want me to hold that for now?
You can put it on the ground.
When you heard Ms. Spack testify about what is provided with somebody when they purchase a handgun, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and she mentioned materials from the ATF.
Yes.
Okay. There's a pamphlet actually provided, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm approaching, is this a copy of the pamphlet?
Yes, it is.
Okay, can you tell the jury what the title of it is?
It's the ATF Youth Handgun Safety Act Notice.
All right, and if you open up the pamphlet, what are the first two items
For
there?
the record, that's 37. right?
Yes.
It's a demonstrative aid 237, which is.
Right, I'm gonna get to those. Okay,
So at the top, it says Youth Handgun Safety Act Notice. The first bullet point says, the misuse of handguns is a leading contributor to juvenile violence and fatalities. Number two, safely storing and securing
it?
firearms away from children will help prevent the unlawful possession of handguns by juveniles.
100% of fake gun death related shootings, the person with the fake gun gets shot, Jamie, just so you know.
Stop accidents and save lives.
how familiar are you with that pamphlet?
From this investigation, pretty familiar.
Okay, and what is the purpose in the law around, if you know, why is that included in every sale?
I think that the title of the pamphlet speaks for itself. It's a Youth Handgun Safety Act Notice. It's putting you on notice that not safely storing your firearms will contribute to juvenile violence.
Okay.
What's the evidence
You've
of
had an
that?
opportunity to examine all of the evidence.
The evidence of what?
Of not storing your gun safely will lead to youth violence.
I don't know because well, first of all, you have to define storing. Secondly, you have to define safely. Thirdly, you have to define youth violence. So if I don't put my gun in a case, my son is more likely to bully and beat up someone at school. I mean, there's all kinds of qualifiers. So I think that's a BS statement.
Yeah, and legally
That
live.
seems
I have seen that poll, and a 50% poll is a very, very low poll.
Oh, you're talking about Treehouse?
Yeah, normally they are at like 84, 86% guilty in every case.
Probably the digital evidence.
I'm going to end this
the
poll,
evidence
my
from the
poll,
phones,
start a new one.
The physical evidence, the narratives, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you notice when the gun, the SIG was photographed by the shooter and then a couple of the other images taken? Was the pamphlet with it?
In some photos it was, in others it was not.
Okay, and up until recently, what did you think happened to the pamphlet that was sold with the SIG?
Your Honor, I would object to his speculation.
Isn't it speculation?
I'm getting it. I would just ask for a little leeway.
Okay,
It's
why
part
is
of his investigation.
Wait, why isn't it speculation?
Stop.
What do you think's happening to that?
Did you know what happened to it?
Is the
No.
testimony,
And then recently, did you?
is this testimony, this is my poll because I want an honest answer. Is this testimony making a difference in your mind about the guilt or innocence or guilt of the defendant? Okay. That's my poll. Is this doing anything for you? You could be like a pro prosecution all the way along. Is this testimony doing anything for you about the defendant's guilt? That's my question.
So
You discover what happened to it.
Yes.
Can you tell the jury how?
Preparing for trial, I opened up the Sig
No, it's not
Sauer
Michigan law.
pistol
The
case.
handbook.
This right here?
No, that would be
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
this one
Okay.
here.
This was in the last week?
Yes.
Okay.
And I noticed that there was a piece of paper underneath the foam. So I lifted up the foam and found a receipt from what we're referring to as the gun store in Oxford for the firearm, as well as the ATF Youth Handgun Safety Act notice.
So it was under the foam in the case that the SIG
I'm
was,
going to go get a beer.
stored in
Yes.
when they left the gun store.
Yes.
All right, thank you. 1 moment, Your Honor. That's 37.
One of the cases.
Yes.
Well, I see all your
Stephanie,
comments
what
in
are
the chat. That's why I put a poll up.
Once you purchase, you've been cleared to purchase, and you do purchase a gun in Michigan, once it's cleared and checked, and you're allowed to purchase it.
So
You
as a
just
part,
take it home and it's yours, and that's it.
no. So as a part of this investigation and others, I am aware that when you purchase a firearm in Michigan and are given a pistol sales record by the federal firearms licensee, you do have 10 days to take that to basically local or county law enforcement.
Okay, were you able, or are you able to ever determine whether or not that was done?
McKinley, there's
For any
always been a
weapon. How do you
computer
do that?
between us.
So there's a law enforcement
Your
database.
Honor, I would just object. May we please approach?
Okay.
There is, yes, trial is Monday through Friday. Monday through Friday, there will be a trial going on in this case. There will be no breaks. The judge has cleared her docket. She doesn't have any motion calls. I can't file my motion in front of this judge while this trial is going on. So Monday through Friday from 8:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. I will be here streaming this trial for you.
you guys should be thankful.
And Tara, with this $2 Canadian, I guess I'll take your Canadian loonies. Thank you very much.
It's
I
a
have
toonie.
a loony. Yeah.
No, it's a toonie because it's dual.
Yeah,
A
do they have
loony
a
is a
$2
one.
coin? Do they have a $2
Yeah.
coin? I was thinking
I
two
have the
loonies.
loony and the toonie. Why do I know more about your neighbors than you do?
I don't know. I have a mood lifter. Can I email you and share? Absolutely. Email me. Email me everything you guys want. MichiganLawNow@gmail.com. Stray has already put it in the chat. I appreciate the toonie. I didn't even know they had a toonie. I haven't been to Canada. I haven't used to go to Canada a lot when I was younger. Dave, do you sail? I do. I sail to Canada quite often. Actually, Runkle and I are going to do a stream coming up in Runkle of the Bailey, coming up soon in the springtime, about things that you must have on your boat going into Canada and things you can't have on your boat going into Canada and vice versa. What you can't have on your boat if you're coming from Canada to the US, what you must have on your boat, because they don't really conflict or they don't really match up. There's a lot of conflicting stuff. And so if you're going to sail along the Great Lakes or any other border crossing and you decide to sail in the Canadian waters, that's different than if you dock or anchor in Canadian waters. And so we're going to do a stream about all that. But I do sail. And I'm in Michigan, and I'm on the water. Dave, is there a place you can ask me? The best place to ask me an off-topic question is actually in Discord, or you can DM me on X or Twitter, whatever you want to call it. And you can email me. And here are all, well, that's my Cash App. I have contacts everywhere. Off-topic
Well, they
questions.
could ask a question in Cash App.
Well, you can ask a question in Cash App too. Yeah, I suppose you could. Send me a Cash App with an off-the-topic question. I'll answer it.
That was funny.
Looney is $1. Yeah, I know what a looney is. I thought there were 2 loonies.
What
but-
is required after you purchase a weapon, legally purchase a weapon?
So based on both work experience and personal experience buying firearms, we're instructed to take that pistol sales record to the local or county law enforcement within 10 days of the purchase.
Okay. That's different from having a CPL.
Yes.
Okay. Talk to the jury about what that is. I think sometimes people get confused if they think once you get your CPL, then you don't have to register it or vice versa.
So a concealed pistol license
You
basically is just a
assume the-
permit to carry the weapon.
The
on
jury
person
is idiots, and
within the
this
state of
is
Michigan.
also
It's
relevant.
called a concealed pistol license.
Which is not an issue here, but it's different than registering the firearm.
Yes.
Okay. And I think the last question I asked was, is there a way the ATF can determine whether or not a handgun was registered in Michigan?
There's a way that, state, local, and federal law enforcement can query in Michigan to determine if a firearm has a firearm's registered. Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jury how that?
Yes. So there's a law enforcement database that state, local, and federal have access to that you query the serial number of the firearm, and it determines, it'll pop up who the firearm is registered to if it's registered.
Okay. And did you do that?
Yes.
Okay. And so the Derringer, was this registered?
No.
Okay. And the Caltech, was this registered?
No.
Okay. And then the SIG, was that registered?
No, it was not. But I will say that there is a.
He had some time to.
He had some time to still drop it off after, but there were events that occurred. Obviously, the shooting happened within that 10 days.
Right. Thank you. One moment, Your Honor.
But she's been sitting in jail for 2 years since December of 2021, December 20. So over 2 years she's been sitting in jail.
We previously admitted the trigger lock statement, and Mark's going to try to pull that up and keep track of. There it is, and it's People's 38. Whose signature is that? If you know, what's the name on the statement?
Under purchaser, it says James Crumbley.
Okay, and can you tell the jury what this trigger lock statement means at the top, the boxes and
Yes.
I'm not a firearms expert nor a firearms attorney in Michigan, but I believe you have to have a handgun registered with your local police department.
Yes.
Hopefully
you do.
that law is on its way out pretty quick too. Rifles, not so much, but handguns definitely. And you have to register them with your local law enforcement department. Jamie, how many handguns do you have registered?
Well, I've dated people that have many.
Oh, okay. I was going to say the answer is I don't answer questions.
No, many guns, and I've been to the whole process of like, you gotta do this, and then you gotta go to the police station. God, you scared me. I'm so And I was an avid, like, I scared of guns, but then like I was shown the right way and they're not that scary.
Helen, I have no idea where you heard this. I have watched every bit of evidence coming into this case, including all of the Miller hearing, the preliminary examinations, many of the motion hearings regarding evidence and the experts and things like that. I have never heard that the gun was in the kitchen, ever. So I don't know where you heard that from, but I have not heard that come in.
What indicates because they're checked.
So this form was provided by
Yeah.
the gun
Boat
store in Oxford
accident.
during the purchase.
You lost
It's
all
filled
your
out
guns
by
in a
both,
boating accident.
James Crumbley and
Well, I don't have any
during the
now.
purchase. And
Yeah,
the
they
first
were
part
lost in a
says,
boat
this sale
accident.
Yeah,
included, the
they're
first box
gone
that
now.
checked is, it says a trigger lock or other device designed to disable a firearm and prevent the discharge of a firearm, or a gun case or storage container that can be secured to prevent unauthorized access to the firearm. It basically mean that those two things have been provided because those boxes are checked. In this case, being the cable lock and the gun case itself, if you put locks in it, could be locked.
You have to register all of your
And
guns
that's
in
been
Oregon?
previously admitted. I want to take you back to watching the surveillance of the shooting. And when I asked you, what does that mean? From what time to what time were you able to?
We're going to
watch
admit
surveillance in
the
this store?
surveillance video through
Are you
this
referring
guy?
to the actual time of the day?
No, how much surveillance did you watch?
He's
and-
going to need
and
a
what did it
change of
include?
shorts if he
I watched
wants
a majority of the footage, including Ethan's whereabouts through the day, the shooter's whereabouts through the day, and then also the actual shooting itself and the aftermath of that.
Okay, and if you know, were you able to determine how many rounds were fired?
32.
Okay, and watching the surveillance from an investigative standpoint, was anything interesting or cause you to take other steps?
Yes, there were three main things that caught my attention during the video, specifically during the shooting.
There were three things?
There were three things, yes.
Okay, can you list them for the jury?
You know, one of the things I didn't mention about the jury members is none of them are FUDs. There is a former police officer who said that she carries a gun and has a gun for personal protection reasons. And everyone else just owns a firearm. None of them are cops or anything like that. There was one guy who he wanted to get off the jury so bad. He said, anything a cop says, I believe. He was off. And
I told my sister that, and we were laughing so hard.
he was ridiculous. The judge even questioned him specifically. So if you have an eyewitness to an event and a cop that shows up later and their testimony is different, it's like, I'm going to believe the cop. She's like, okay, you're thanked and excused.
What race of alien is he from Star Trek?
This guy just wanted off. He was the same guy that
No,
from
no,
the
this
second...
guy on the stand. Look at his forehead.
I know,
Oh, yeah.
I know. His veins are popping.
Oh
So I
yeah,
said
that like
he's gonna need to change his shorts if we play the security video of the shooting for him. He's all excited. This is his day in the spotlight, man. He's ending up. Hang on. Before I start this again, sorry guys. I gotta do a screenshot here of this guy. I'm capturing this image right there. Okay,
so you
now we can go.
So you can play
Yes,
with it.
so first, as the shooting began, the shooter was using only one arm for a majority of the first part of the shooting.
This is the screenshot.
And then as he moved down the
He's half
hallway
Klingon.
and Tate comes into view of the screen, he takes a two-handed shooting grip, takes I would call a shooter stance, feet wide, his shoulders roll forward.
Yeah, Sean's been on
and
with
he
us.
takes aim with using the sights and
He's
fires
got
Oh,
a
yeah.
toe is
one
going right
round.
now.
When you say using the sights, what do you mean?
It meaning that there's a mechanism on the firearm that allows you to take aim. If I can,
Okay, I'm handing you the SIG, which is the murder weapon. Can you
The
show the
SIG.
jury? You're might have to stand up.
Which is
So-
the murder
and
weapon.
here
I
you see
know,
how
why
there's two
did-
white dots back here. And I'm sorry this is a safe firearm.
This
Uh,
is the murder.
The two
weapon.
dots back here are considered the rear sight. See that over there? And if you line up the front sight with the rear sight, that is how you
It's
aim
the
a firearm.
T1000.
In the video,
Yeah,
I
is he
noted
Star
that he
Trek
did
or
that
Terminator?
on the shooter did that on the
He
first
could be Ferengi.
shot as well as the second
It's
shot.
Star
he took the
Trek.
tape.
Okay,
It's the
especially
bumpy head
you
guy
had
on Star
mentioned
Trek.
That's
Yeah, that's-
surveillance,
that's,
video
That's Klingon.
at this point.
Hang on.
But Ferengi
So
has
I'm gonna
they're
try
the
to-
ones with the.
Provide
No,
some
that's Vulcan.
context. And
I
what
don't know.
did you, when you were watching this, and you mentioned the stance and lining up the sights, was the shooter rushing? Was the
Romulan?
shooter going at a fast pace? Can you describe what you saw?
Yes, during that specific portion, he came to a dead stop and took aim. And then as he moved forward, he walked 2 or 3 steps forward and then took aim
80
again
years ago, he would have
uh,
been on trial in
and
Nuremberg.
discharged the firearm.
And what seemed
Hey, Valhalla.
remarkable about that too,
Hey, Val.
if
Well,
anything?
Your Honor, I just object to the relevance. This is not the trial for the shooter.
Your Honor,
What is the relevance of
knowledge
the shooting stand?
Firearm proficiency is
Right?
absolutely relevant, and it is a
No,
contested
it's
fact,
not.
and it is relevant to these proceedings.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. I
They're
don't
trying to
agree.
say this is where they're going with this. This is where they're going with this. Jennifer is the one that took him to the firing range that one time. So they're going to say that he was so deadly. 32 rounds were shot. He killed 4 people, injured 9 others. But he was so deadly with this gun because Jennifer took him to the range. That's where they're going with this. I bet you. I guarantee. I'm almost
Oh.
certain.
I believe you, because that's where I think it's going. I'm like, who cares? Like, that's
But
not.
that's a stupid argument.
Well, I'm not saying it's a smart argument. The whole damn case is stupid, if you ask me. But that's where I bet they're going. I'm trying to think strategically. Why are they going this way? And I think that's what they're getting at.
But again, you can pick that apart and say it has absolutely nothing to do to shoot, because that's one of the things you learn in the military. You start out by shooting at targets that's standing still. And then you progress to moving targets, and then you go out and do field exercise, because it's very, very different to pew something that's moving.
And I will agree with you,
Then-
John Gary, because I think he was with me when we watched the preliminary examination. We watched that part of the video. It did look like Ethan was teaching Jennifer how to use the gun.
Yeah, I'm having the head veins. But again, I live in Denmark. We are not allowed to have any guns unless you're a hunter. Even our National Guard has to leave their guns in a safe location because some of them had them stolen. It happens. I can't own a gun. And I'm sitting here, and this sounds so stupid. And I haven't been in the military in the last, I'm 27, but since 2003 was when I stopped full-time military. And then I had like 5 years after that. But still, this guy and this prosecutor, if anyone, especially if a former police officer is there, they would say, that makes absolutely no sense to go into this, because that's why you learn to move in the terrain and see when they have these pop-up targets, because it's so different. I'm a pretty good shot with things standing still, because I have time to think about it and didn't. When things start moving, especially with a 9mm, I'm not that good.
Well, and that's the thing. So like Wicked Sykes says, if she didn't take him to the range, then they would say she was irresponsible because she bought him a gun and didn't even teach him how to use it properly. So obviously she didn't care. But when she doesn't spend any time with her kid, right? She's just always about her horses. But when she actively takes him to the range and does things outside the home with her son in a hobby that he seems interested in, now all of a sudden she's training him, and it's irresponsible. And again, we're all assuming their argument right now at some point, but they haven't really gotten to that part yet. I'm just assuming that's what their position is.
I hope you guys do understand that, right? Where some of these things overlap, but you were carefully chosen to distinguish between what the shooter did and what we're here about. And we all trust you to do that. So I know it's difficult and an emotional day, but some of these things are not to horrify or upset you, but to let you know some of the circumstances. So I hope that you separate those things.
And it is offered precisely what he's testifying to about the proficiency with the firearm that the shooter had.
I'm gonna allow it.
Thank you. What, if anything, was remarkable about that?
When I first saw it, I immediately said to others in the room that I thought that the shooter had been to a shooting range or had had training in firearms.
And that's based on what you just testified to?
Yes.
Okay. Particularly with the shot fired that killed Tate Muir, was there anything about that other than the stance?
It was the stance, the way he rolled his shoulders forward, and then the way as he walked up to take the second shot.
Oh,
Oh my
established a
God.
stable shooting platform to take the second shot.
Okay,
Did he turn the gun the dangerous way?
thank you.
Yeah.
The entire shooting
That's
lasted
it.
how long, if you know?
You have to s-
The entire shooting, I
I'm
don't
trying not
recall
to,
the
like,
exact length of time, but it was less
Track
than 10
myself on
minutes.
YouTube.
Okay.
You know, was he
Um,
holding it like this or like
Did you
this?
ever, were you
This
able
is so
to
stupid.
observe the, any loading of magazines in the SIG? And I should be back up.
Identify what a
magazine?
magazine.
So a magazine is the part of the firearm that contains ammunition that's loaded in the magazine while the firearm.
And I'm sorry to keep doing this. but
Sure.
Can you show the jury where a magazine, how you would load a magazine if you had one?
Yes. So I think there's actually one in the SIG.
Call of Duty skins. Don't
So,
load the magazine.
This is a
Probably, could you stand up? So
Yes.
I can see?
So this is a SIG Sauer pistol magazine. It's a 15-round magazine. This would be inserted into the magazine well when it's loaded with
Don't
ammunition.
insert it.
You would then send the slide forward, chambering around, and at that point, the firearm's ready to be discharged.
Okay. And you said 32 rounds were fired?
Yes, there were 32 fired cartridge casings or shell casings that were recovered from the school, yes.
And there were how many in a magazine?
This the SIG Sauer magazine is a 15-round magazine, and you can also fit an additional round in the chamber for a total of 16 rounds.
Okay. Did
So
you
two
ever
two
observe
magazines.
on the video the shooter reloading?
Yes.
Can you tell me about that?
Yes, so I believe it was the first time the shooter reloaded. The magazine was empty, and he loaded a new magazine into the firearm. At another point, this was the second thing that I thought was notable in the surveillance video. He conducted what
Did his
at
mom
ATF were
load
trained
the
as a
magazine? Did she
tactical
give him the
magazine exchange. I know other
magazine? Was she
agencies
at
call
the
it a
scene? Why
combat
are
reload,
we
but
talking about
Basically,
this?
he was not out of ammunition in the firearm yet, but he knew that I can't testify to what he knew, but
Why are you trained to do a
What you just
combat
did.
reload?
to make sure that you always have more rounds in your magazine, so that that you have sufficient ammunition. So if you have half of a magazine, you would eject it, not throw it on the ground. You would put it in your pocket in case you need it, and then you load a full magazine. So now you're back to full capacity.
And what were you trained to be the purpose for that? When would you have cause to do that?
So for us, we're trained if we're involved in a shooting. If you do that way you have a fully loaded magazine in case you need to re-engage a threat. Obviously, the circumstances here were obviously different.
Okay. Thank you. One moment. Okay. That was the first thing. There were two other things.
So so the first was his shooting stance. The second was the tactical magazine exchange. The third thing was after the shooter exited the bathroom where he gave himself up. Eventually, he ejected the magazine out of the firearm and placed it on top of a trash receptacle, which I found odd at the time because if you were just doing a school shooting, it seemed odd to take the magazine and make a firearm
Just
safe.
objection. Calls for
So he walked out
speculation.
of the bathroom and the evidence showed that is where Justin Jones
Relevancy.
He walked out of the bathroom and you say he took the magazine out and you're saying that is making the firearm safe.
Yes, I don't believe he ejected around from the chamber. I don't recall right now. I don't believe he did. But yes, he separated the magazine from the firearm as if you were at a shooting range and taking the magazine out and setting it on like
A
your shooting
stationary
platform.
trash can.
Yes.
Okay. And what did he do after that?
At that point, he got on the ground and was shortly thereafter taken into custody by sheriff's deputies.
Okay. And when he was he standing? Was he laying down? Was he sitting?
No,
kneeling?
he got into he was kneeling and then got into the prone position with his hands up.
Okay. Were you able to determine whether or not he used anything to protect his ears?
Yes, we're gonna have a guns expert on the panel tomorrow.
During the shooting?
Yes.
I don't recall, no.
Okay. I just want to make sure we got all three things.
Yep, that is all.
Okay. So after you determined that what you considered it proficiency or
Good
somewhat?
question, Straight.
Yes, there was some level of firearms training exhibited in the surveillance video.
Okay.
Can't send a super
And
chat.
so what
That's
did you do next?
So the following day, after knowing that ranges would be open in the morning, also additional information came in during the investigation that there was possible.
You pronounce it Ica? ISA. I'm going to go with
ICA.
ICC ICA. Is it ICA?
I don't know.
1090 or 11099 199 super chat. Thank you very much. I'll be sending you my question. It's an interesting story. Did you email me already? I thought I got an email, but I will look for it right after this trial. Thank you very much. I appreciate the $9.99.
That the family had been to a firearms range recently. I began looking for evidence of James, Jennifer, or Ethan Crumbley at shooting ranges in the area.
Okay, and is this part of a normal investigation you would do in a shooting?
Yes.
Okay. And so you started going to local shooting ranges?
No, I began calling. The first one I called was the most popular range probably in this area. And upon calling, they confirmed that they did have information and asked that I come in and verify my identity.
Okay, and how far
Well, I didn't get your
away
email
was
then.
that from the Crumbley home?
Not too far. It was in Clarkston, Michigan, so a couple towns over.
Okay. Did you go to the range?
Yes.
All right. And what did you, what kind of information were you seeking?
So the
Let me know if you want to
range
come on
provided
panel,
multiple receipts
Ken, when it comes time.
showing that James
Can I
Ethan
make
and
an
Jennifer
appointment
Crumbley had
with
been
you
at the
after
range in
this
the past,
testimony?
as well as surveillance video documenting range visits.
Make an appointment with him after this testimony. We can all
Yeah, with
decompress.
Ken.
I'm going to
Maybe Ken-
self-medicate. That's what I'm going to do.
On September 25th and on November 27th. I believe that's 3 days prior to the shooting.
Okay. Let's start with exhibits 40 and 41. Is that what these? Well, I'm asking for it. Especially what?
Sure, with
what
the
is,
$2
on
Canadian, please share my email
These are
with the chat.
Facebook messages
let me try
between
to pull
James
it
and
up.
Jennifer Crumbley.
And how were these retrieved?
I don't know
Through
where
a
it is.
search warrant served on Facebook.
Okay. You also, in the investigation, reviewed downloading from the actual phones, correct?
Yes.
All right. Were these messages still on Jennifer Crumbley's phone?
I know they were on James's phone. I don't recall if they were on Jennifer's phone.
Okay. Can you,
Your Honor, I'm sorry. I stipulated, but my copy does not have these stars on it, and they have eliminated some of the messages on
I
this
think
exhibit.
that's why the stars are there.
yeah,
Right, so I have.
we're happy to provide all of the messages. We were just to be concise regarding these messages are
Just to take the ones
offered
out
to
we
show
really want to
Jennifer
show you.
Crumbley's knowledge that they were at the store and the range, but I was just trying to be concise. But we're happy to give it all to
For
the jury.
the interest of completion, Smith, I'll admit any portions of those that you would like.
Yeah, Your Honor, I would ask for the whole, they gave me the
You have it
entire
all.
exhibit.
You have it all.
Okay, I have it all, but what you're putting up here is not it all. So,
We're happy to provide all of it. We're just going to talk about these two and
That's not what she's objecting to. She's saying that you gave me
Show-
a copy of the exhibit and you're putting a different one up on screen. She's not saying she doesn't have it.
Did you see Ken ask you how to get in touch with you? He would be
Oh.
honored to.
X is probably the best way. If someone can put like my link tree up or whatever, or you can email me. I know Stray just put the email in the chat. You can email me as well. And I pulled up your email. I'm going to put it in my Discord because it's not relevant to this, but I will throw it up in the Discord. Thank you very much.
she can, and we'll provide every single thing possible to the jury. I'm just trying to not go through all of the messages that weren't pertinent to the shooting.
we're just taking slivers out. This is the problem. This is,
The whole exhibit's going to come in, but that's
Okay.
the reason that the stars are there, to show that it's not.
Yeah, so you can prejudice the
There's
juror.
something in the middle, but I will admit the entire text chain, and you are also happy to present to the jury in the entire text chain.
okay, thank you, Judge.
And Your Honor, there's no evidentiary requirement that we have to publish every text message in a 2,000 page string if we want to pull out. I'm not trying to misrepresent.
If we want to pull
Okay,
out,
I'm just saying that if Ms. Smith would like those in, I would be happy to admit them for the purposes of completion.
We want it all in, so we're happy, we'll stipulate to it. This was only taken out not to deceive as much as to try to make, these are the ones about the gun range, but there's a lot of content about things like, purchases and all sorts of stuff. Okay, so can you read those to the jury, Special Agent?
Yes, so this is dated June 15th, 2021. So J.C. Crumbley is Jennifer Crumbley's
Yes.
Facebook account that's in
Drew's been
blue.
there for all
And it
of
says talk at 12 o'clock ? And then James Crumbley, who's in green, responds, taking Ethan to store at 12. Jennifer responds, you get gun.
So that, the last one was 11:34. That's minus, UTC -4. Is that 11:34 a.m.?
This has been adjusted to Eastern Standard Time.
So it's really 11:34.
Yes.
Okay. And there's time passes, and now we're at 1:17. And what does Jennifer reply?
Jennifer asks, you get gun.
Okay, and the next slide.
James responds, yes, and it says Mo, but I believe it's supposed to be no. Jennifer questions that, says,
Why?
huh?
Why does
And
it
then
have to be
James
no?
says, we paid for the gun and bought it, but can't pick it up till everything clears Washington, in parentheses, FBI. Could be today, tomorrow, or next day. They don't know. Jennifer responds, gotcha. Bring me those fruit punch things when you come to bring hay.
Okay. And then that same, can you read the text on this slide?
Yes, so Jennifer sends a message that asks, how much is your gun? James replies, $300.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to Exhibit 24 that's already been admitted. What are we looking at?
This is a receipt from the gun store in Oxford for the Derringer that we've been talking about.
So this is the Derringer?
Correct.
Okay. And how much was the price?
Total price was $180.15.
Because Jennifer
And then the
knew that they were purchasing the gun, I
Who-
guess.
Who purchased the Derringer?
James Crumbley.
Okay. What is Exhibit 26?
This is also a receipt from the gun store in Oxford for the Keltec P17 pistol.
So it's this one,
Yes,
all right, and the same day? Were
uh,
these on the same day purchased?
they were purchased on different days.
Okay. And how much was this?
The gun itself was $299.95.
Okay. Thank you. All right. I want to draw your attention next to,
Did Baker run to his treehouse trial?
I don't think anything's going on. I could be wrong.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, there's just a lot of exhibits and I want to make sure we get it right.
I understand.
Okay. 27? No, we did that. I'm sorry.
No idea what any of the
Facebook
other guns
messages
have to do with this.
between James and Jennifer on June 20th, 2021. Can you read those? That's Exhibit 42.
Yes, again, so Jennifer is in blue. It
This might
says,
be
can
the
you
last
guys
witness
answer your
for the day.
phone? And James responds, no, at gun range, loud.
Okay. And then Exhibit 27. Can you tell the jury what these two videos are?
Yes, so there's, on James Crumbley's cell phone, there was a video on the 20th of June at 12:58 p.m. that shows the shooter shooting the Keltec pistol. And then after that, a couple minutes later, there's a video of the defendant's son shooting the Derringer pistol.
And these are it's the same day of the Facebook message before we just read.
Yes,
Okay. And this is Exhibit 43 and 44. So the first video, the shooters, can you,
Yeah, loud noises. It's scary. Tara with the $5 Canadian super chat. This is like juror number 1 from Maya trial. She knew about purchase, and they may have lived together. Get to how mom should be charged with manslaughter. Yes, right. Yeah, let's eventually get to that. I'm not familiar with the juror number 1 in the Maya case, but let's please get to how mother should be charged with manslaughter. Absolutely. Should
can
follow
you
the
tell
Maya
which
case
firearm
more.
he's using?
I
Yeah, so
should
the
have.
first video, the
Long
shooter's shooting the Keltec pistol.
This right here.
That's
Yes.
Ethan that
Okay.
was shooting.
This was the one for $300,
Yes,
okay? And then the second one was the Derringer?
yes, that's correct.
Okay.
They spent a total of $900 on firearms.
I wanted
I
to
know
draw your
guys that have
attention
spent
to what's been marked
more than that on
as
one.
People's 45. Can you tell the jury what this is?
Yes, this is a Facebook message from James Crumbley to Jennifer Crumbley, sending the video of, it appears to be the second video of the shooter shooting the Derringer.
So the second clip, which was shorter, where the shooter's shooting the Derringer, was sent to Jennifer from James.
Yes,
Okay.
Yeah, did you
And,
notice his stance? He was
um,
not shooting like a pro. His feet were together. It was horrible.
Is this a Facebook post?
no, this is a Facebook message from James Crumbley to Jennifer Crumbley.
Okay. That's the I already said that. That's the second clip, right? And then People's 46.
That's the
That's
Paul
so
shooting
heavy.
stance.
What are we watching, Special Agent?
Ethan's
This is
name
the
is
video
not
that
allowed to be
James
mentioned.
had-
Ethan's name is not allowed to be mentioned in the trial at all. They can only identify him as the shooter. I don't know why, but that was the ruling that was made. Maybe because of his and maybe because of his age. Maybe that's the legal justification for it. But
sent to Jennifer via Facebook that she then posted, I believe there's an Instagram story that said, Ethan and James Crumbley both got handguns this week, testing them out at the range.
Okay, Ethan and James both got handguns this week, testing them out at the range. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. That's People's 46, Your Honor. I don't believe
his name is on the screen. Yeah, I see that. But is he filming? I don't know.
I'm going to direct your attention to
He's
Exhibit
17 now. He was
47,
15 at
which
the time.
was June 26th of 2021. What is that, Special Agent?
This is a receipt from the firearms range in Clarkston for range time and targets.
Okay, and Exhibit 48.
This is a Facebook message of, I believe, the shooter shooting at the range in Clarkston, sent from James Crumbley to Jennifer Crumbley via Facebook Messenger.
Okay. And then 49.
I do want to get like Jung's take on this because she's, if you guys don't know Jung, she's like one of the most liberal people in our chat, and she runs my Discord. She's awesome. But like 6 months ago, she took a self-defense class, and she's like all about it now. And now she's gone and taken her firearms training courses, and she's like done a 180, and she's awesome. So give props to Jung for being completely the opposite direction. But now she's an expert on firearms, and that stance is all wrong.
It is
Jung
wrong.
on here. It is wrong, but I just love that it's coming from Jung.
His arms are too straight, so it'll transfer the energy. He can't keep on target.
He can't keep on target. His legs, he's standing up too straight. His legs are too far together. Is that what this officer is testifying to that says that he's trained? That's BS. This officer has no idea what he's talking about. Firearms is a gateway to drug. Yeah, exactly. Wait, do I
It's better.
Was that the same video that was sent from James to Jennifer on June 26th?
Yes.
And what am I looking at right there?
This is the shooter at the gun range in Clarkston shooting the Keltec pistol with the Derringer visible on the shooting platform.
Okay. And
Are
do
you
you
going
know
to the end of the day? Can you give us the
what
witness
Jennifer did
names?
with that? What is, where
Are
was
you
that
doing
posted?
It was posted to an Instagram story on June 26th.
Whose Instagram story?
Jennifer's.
I'm going to be posting my notes in Discord if that's what you're asking about. At the end of the day, I'm going to post all my notes, so they'll have whatever I took down.
Instagram story.
The incoherent ramblings of me
And
doing
is this
this
the
trial.
actual Instagram story?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. Directing your attention to July 24th of 2021.
Your Honor, what number was that?
Yeah.
75.
75.
75.
I'm sorry, it's
Oh,
July
sorry.
25th.
Okay.
Can you tell,
Wait, hang on, I'm so sorry, what number?
It's, exhibit number 75, it's July 25th, 2021.
Okay, thank you.
yeah, I was trying to ask him so that we can, so it's 75, what were we just watching?
This is a video taken on James.
To be
Crumbley's
fair, he
cell
does
phone
seem
of
to
Jennifer
be
Crumbley
improving
shooting
his
at the
stance
Clarkston range,
a little bit each
the
time.
Keltec pistol.
Okay, the same, this one?
Yes.
Okay. All right, directing your attention to August 19th, 2021, exhibits 50 and 51. Can you tell me what this is?
Yes,
what was
this
that,
is
Dave?
a video sent by the shooter to another individual.
All right, and this was already admitted. What are we watching?
This is the shooter holding the Keltec pistol.
This?
Yes.
Okay.
And then he sends the slide forward. There's no magazine or chamber or no round in the firearm.
Okay, was there any text messages about it or just the image?
There were also texts.
Okay.
I'm sorry, that was 50 or 51? We're going so fast right now, I can't.
I think it's 50, that was 51.
It's
right?
50.
The text is 50, the text is 50, the video is 51.
Okay, the text is 50 that has the video in it, and then the video is 51, is that
Correct.
correct?
That is correct.
Okay, text is 50, video 51. And I'm sorry, I am so sorry, we're just going so
The
fast.
text contains the video.
And that's at the gun range, the shooter holding the Caltech, or shooting the Caltech, is that correct?
I'm happy to clear it up.
Okay,
Special agent.
where is her
What?
second chair? The gentleman in the beard. He needs to be keeping track of these. That's his job. Well, I mean, that would be my job. You're supposed to be scribbling all this down and keeping track of the exhibits
I was just
so
wondering.
that she can think of the objections and how I'm going to ask questions and stuff like that. That's why you have a second chair.
In that image, are you able to observe?
It appears to be a couch.
Oh, okay,
No, I think she's really this lost. I don't
Do
think
you
it's
know
a
what
trick.
time that was sent?
I don't recall the exact time. I'd have to look at the text message. I believe it was later in the evening.
To be fair, remember the prosecutor said that they gave her edited exhibits. Or no, they gave her all of the exhibits, but they're introducing edited exhibits. So there might be an issue with her packet of exhibits being out of order with their packet of exhibits. So maybe that's what's leading to the confusion. But again, that's why you have your second chair sitting right there, writing everything down. That's why I always have a second chair at a trial. Jamie's going to be the one coming up in February.
We'll go back to that.
Aren't you excited, Jamie?
Absolutely.
What time was it sent, Special Agent?
I believe this is the next video. It was 9:31 p.m.
Okay. Were you able to find another image that showed that the shooter had access to the Caltech?
Yes. So on that same date, he sent another video to the same friend
Jamie,
at
are you an
12:30
attorney?
a.m. With the Caltech.
And this is 52 and 53.
No, just a regular lady.
She is
I
the
should-
last queen and the bestest
All right,
co-host.
Special Agent, you said this was sent at what time?
I believe it was 12:30 a.m.
And on that same day, which was August 19th.
I'm in the
I
David.
believe it would be now
They
the
said
20th.
August
Okay, I'm
20th.
sorry, the
Yeah.
20th, because it was after 12.
Okay, see, even the prosecutor's getting their things messed up. I clearly saw August 20th, and the prosecutor thinks it's the 19th. Sorry, Jamie, what were you saying?
I said I'm in the David Helm Law School. That's what I'm in.
That's right. That's right. It's the best law
Yeah.
school around.
Oh, she's the co-hostess of the mostest.
That's right.
She is.
Look at those
She is the
lashes.
bestest.
We do it for the lashes.
Real life perspective, I guess.
Yeah, she's our counterbalance. She's like, well, you guys are all technical and stuff with your legal jargon. I'm going to give you the real people
I'm going
spin.
to give you the streets, all
Yeah.
the word on the street.
And what do you see in the background that, can you tell the jury what you observed in the background of this photo?
Yes. So
This video, I'm sorry.
this video is taken on the dining room table in the Crumbley residence. Familiar with, after being inside and also reviewing photographs taken at the house during this investigation, that the wood grain matches on that table to the kitchen table in their dining room. In the video, the shooter loads a loaded firearm magazine into the firearm and then chambers around into the firearm.
So is this a concern to you?
Objection.
Yes.
Relevance
Can you
calls for
tell the jury why?
speculation.
Well, as that ATF safety pamphlet states, the access to firearm by juveniles.
Your Honor, I would object because
You objected too late.
Access
I'm
to-
sorry. You objected too late.
firearms by juveniles may be against the ATF pamphlet, but there's no evidence that there's not an adult there or anything happening.
Okay, yeah, he's not commenting on that. You don't know if anybody else is. present.
Your objection
No,
is
I
too
don't.
late.
And,
Sorry.
Your Honor, I understand that's,
Sorry,
but that's
Ms.
argument and it can be, she can use, point that out. Was there any message accompanying this video to his friend?
Yes.
What was the message?
My dad left it out, so I thought, why not? LOL.
And
And that is,
Your Honor, also, we've already had extensive arguments about, I am objecting to all hearsay texts between the shooter and his friend that my client and Mr. Crumbley have never seen, and this is one of them.
Your Honor, you've ruled on this several times and
I vote on this one.
No.
No,
these,
you have
these
it.
are the text messages between the shooter and the other individual. You previously ruled that it's submitted.
I don't recall this one specifically. Was this amongst the ones that was that were ruled on?
Okay, I'm happy to make it, I believe that you have, but if not, I am happy to. make the
Excuse the
argument.
jury
This
and
is,
have a full-blown
even if you
hearsay
haven't ruled
argument.
on it, it's under the exception of a present sense impression. He's picking up a firearm and in that moment, videoing himself, holding it, and then saying, my dad left it out, so I thought, why not?
Well, it's.
That's a hearsay statement
80
offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
One, and
It's not a party opponent. It's not an excited utterance.
consistent with 8031, isn't it?
Your Honor, I just want to reserve all prior
Wait, what?
objections that have already been in motions, and I can rely on that.
Thank you.
Wait, what did she say it was consistent with? Sorry, I was talking over it.
Objection.
Consistent with what?
Consistent with 8031, isn't it?
8031.
Your Honor, I just want to reserve all prior objections that have already been in motions, and I can rely on that.
Thank you.
Present sense impression. 8031. The following are not excluded by the rule against hearsay, regardless of whether the declarant is available as a witness. Present sense impression. A statement describing or explaining an event or condition made while or immediately after the declarant perceived it. So this is we're assuming he took the video and immediately sent it. We're assuming a lot of things. This isn't the present sense impression. This isn't like writing down a description like, oh, I wrote down a license plate from the car that was fleeing the scene of the accident. Right? That's not what this is. This is a clear, that's a bullshit excuse for allowing this in. But okay. That's we're going to find a way to let
All
this
right.
in kind of argument.
Special Agent, this is People's Exhibit 54. Can you tell the jury what this is?
This is the Google location information.
Jimmy got
for
some
James
match you had to
Crumbley.
leave.
And it's dated August
Just
19th, 9/29.
You
It's around
got,
the time
you got
of the
so
first
mad you had to
video
leave.
of the last two that we've seen. And it shows that he's at the
Get my
Crumbley
headphones.
residence on each street.
Okay, and the time on that?
It was 9:29 p.m.
Okay, and that's the video of where the couch was in the background.
Correct.
Okay, and then the next exhibit. This is 55. What is this?
This is the Google location information for Jennifer. It also shows that the at each street address the Crumbley family residence.
Okay, so in other words, both Jennifer and James were home during the photo with when he was holding the Caltech and there was a
Wait,
couch.
that helps the defense.
Okay. And then 56. This is August 20th. So it's the 12:32 where the video was taken and the text, my dad left it out.
Yes,
Okay, and this shows what?
this shows that James Crumbley, the Gmail account associated with James Crumbley was at the East Street family residence, Crumbley family residence
Okay. At
To all
1:30.
you Yanks,
at 12:30.
accuracy in meters.
All right, and the next slide, 57.
This is the same thing. It's Google location information for Jennifer's account, and it shows that she was at the Crumbley family residence at 12:21 a.m. That
Okay, so you have the parents are home while the son has access to the gun, so he's under adult supervision, and he takes a video of it. He just happens to send it to it, or not happens to. He sends it to his kid, bragging about that. This is like your rap star music videos that rent a Ferrari and then do a music video on it as if they own it. They go to the bank and take out every little bill that they possibly can and hold it up and start throwing it around as if they got millions.
day as well during the time around the time of the
Some just use their mom's red pickup truck.
Yeah.
What the business? What the
All right, I
business?
want to draw your attention to Exhibit 58.
How does that not help the defense?
September 1st, 2021. This is a message between who?
This is a message between James Crumbley and Jennifer Crumbley on Facebook.
Okay, and the time is 4:56 p.m.
Yes,
And what does the message say?
Ethan and I are headed to gun range.
Okay,
Hey,
and what are
everybody.
the special agent? This is exhibits 59 and 60.
See
but
a few
you tell
people
the jury
flooding
what
in
they
that are new.
Yes, so these are receipts for that day for James Crumbley. It's range time,
Have a
targets,
good
as well
nap,
as renting a Ruger LCR 22 caliber revolver and paying for 22 caliber ammunition.
So not deadly weapons
And this
because
is a video,
22s
exhibit
weren't
61
there
of
to
that
kill people.
same day.
Yes.
Okay.
I bet these parents were ecstatic that their son found a hobby.
Right?
Yeah, well, like the judge said, there's going to be some overlap between the shooter, James, and Jennifer.
Okay, and I want to, that's People's 61, and then I want to draw your attention to September 25th. Did either defendant go to a shooting, did this defendant go to a shooting range in Clarkston?
September 25th, I believe, I don't recall for sure. I believe it was just James and Ethan that went.
So it wasn't this defendant?
No.
Okay. Were you able to determine whether or not she was aware they were at the range?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
I believe it was the same thing through Facebook messages.
Okay, and this is 62, and this is a receipt. What was the
Teaching
receipt
him
for?
gun safety. That not
This was range fee,
yelling.
ammunition.
It's other
9
kids.
millimeter,
Pew pew
rental of
pew
an-
pew.
Sorry,
They're teaching him to have a gun and use it in a safe way. Always down range, point at the target. They're not saying, "Hey, kiddo, we're gonna leave it out so you can go to school with it."
Exactly.
What's the evidence of them having anything to do with the pew-pewing, other than they taught him how to be a responsible gun owner?
And the other thing is that there was text messages that were admitted during the pretrial or the preliminary examination, which that the plaintiffs had used to basically show that this kid had no hobbies, no friends, and they were looking for a hobby for this kid. They found one. And I know as a parent, when you have a child that's just sort of kind of lying around and not doing anything, you want them to have a hobby. And if they express some sort of interest in something, then you can get into it. You're all about it so that they have a hobby, so that they have something that they look forward to doing that can exercise their mind rather than just sitting in front of the TV. So I bet these parents were ecstatic that their son actually had a hobby and they were engaging with him. These are parents going with their child, engaging in a hobby.
My dad took me to the gun range every winter in my childhood, shooting 22s, long rifles.
Mm-hmm.
We did that every winter, me and my sister. And my sister hates guns today, and I love them.
They could have just said, you know what? No, we're not. We don't have the money for it. We have to spend the money on the horses. Left them home in front of the TV and gone to the horses. They could have done that. They didn't.
Yeah. It's so stupid that just because you go to the gun range and are responsible. You saw him check his weapon when it has a misfire. In the correct way, pointed it to the ceiling, checked it, cleared it. He was taught to be a responsible gun owner, but teaching him that meant that, they clearly knew he would go to a school and use the weapon.
Mm-hmm.
I really think this, I don't know nothing about the case, but I think it's really far-fetched.
Yeah, I do too.
Of a 9mm pistol.
Maybe that's
as
why,
well
but
as
still, you're looking
22
for a hobby
caliber
for him.
ammunition and targets.
In all of the videos you were able to obtain and observe, is this the first range video using a 9mm?
This is the first that I could find. Yes.
That we know of?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And this is 63. What are we
This
looking
is
at? Special
Jennifer.
Agent?
So that's
Oh, wait.
James Crumbley
Oh,
in the white sweatshirt and gray baseball hat, and then the shooter is behind him wearing a light gray sweatshirt, dark pants, Nike shoes, and a black hat.
There's one coming up. I think it's closer. It's in November when Jennifer goes with him. Could have been really interesting and started a conversation, but it's just dumb. What are you talking about, Becca? That could have been really interesting. This case is really disappointing. Oh, and it could have been really interesting. Well, if the facts were better, there's that whole saying. If the facts were better, all these cases could be very interesting. But the facts are not good for this type of prosecution. This isn't like the parents were encouraging the child to commit illegal acts or use an unregistered, unlicensed gun or something like this. The parents are doing everything lawful. in this situation, and they're engaging with their child outside of the home in a hobby that he seems to
Firearms there, correct?
express an interest in.
Correct.
Okay, what, if you can tell what kind of handgun this is.
So I believe the handgun that the shooter is picking up now is the Keltec. And then the other one was one that they appeared to rent, or to, if they were looking to purchase a firearm, sometimes that the range will let you test it out before you purchase it.
So the one to the right of the shooter, what is that, if you know?
I can't say for certain.
Pounding on the table,
footage is a little
says. I
grainy.
agree.
Okay.
So we go all the way back to April, right? Or July. June and July is when they started going. I got to go back. Was it June? June or July? 2021 was the first two videos.
Can you tell the jury what he's doing right now, if you know?
I believe he's having trouble with the firearm discharging. He appears to be having some type of malfunction that he's not able to clear on his own.
My son had that last time we went to the range. So I had to step up. You don't stand next to somebody shooting either. You get, you make sure they're situated, and then you step back. Only one person's allowed beyond the red line at a time. The one with the gun, the one that's going to be shooting.
Okay, and I want to draw your attention then to exhibit October 3rd of 2021, exhibit 64. What is this?
This is a Facebook message from James Crumbley to Jennifer Crumbley at 12:01 p.m. that says, "Cool, just got cleaning our guns, leaving for range in a few."
Okay, that's 64, and then
Wait, I'm sorry, Your Honor, can we just slow down for 1 second, because the exhibits I was given have more content. I just need to.
That's the issue.
we'll go
I know she
we'll go
wasn't like,
slowly.
she's not doing this on purpose, and she's not this
We-
ditzy.
Okay,
The exhibits were an
We separated them
issue.
to make it easier to read one message at a time.
I understand, but this is different than what you provided me, and I just need to make sure I'm keeping up, so thank
I'm
you.
happy to go at any pace you'd like.
Thank you.
Yeah, but for everyone that was saying this woman's either out of touch or she's trying to like slow this down, she was provided with different packet of exhibits
All right.
than what the state is actually introducing.
65,
Yeah.
what is that, Special Agent?
That's a receipt for the gun range in Clarkston, dated October 3rd, 2021, for range time, targets, and .22 caliber ammunition.
Okay. All right. Was this the last documented visit before November 26th that we had?
Yes.
Okay, let's go to November 26th. What day was November 26th? What's significant about that day?
That was the date that James Crumbley purchased the 6-hour SP 2022 pistol for the shooter.
Okay, and that was the day after Thanksgiving.
Yes.
Okay. This has been previously admitted. This is the receipt for the SIG, correct?
Yes.
People's 28. And that was paid in cash, and the amount is $519.35. I don't mean to lead, I'm just trying to do this to make it easier to understand.
I have no objection to that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's already.
Okay. And on the 26th, when this occurred, this has also been previously admitted. This is the purchaser's information. We've already talked about that. This was, I'm not sure if it was admitted, but it was shown in the opening. I believe there's no objection to it.
Yeah,
What-
it's submitted.
Okay.
66.
again, for the jury, this is the SIG, correct?
Yes, what's depicted in that picture is the 6 hour pistol, yes.
Okay. And when did Jennifer post about, I'm sorry, excuse me. This is not Jennifer's post. This is the shooter's post. This is a different post. This wasn't the one at the opening. I apologize if I'm confusing anybody. It's just a lot. And what does this say?
So this is an Instagram post by a shooter that says, just got my new beauty today, 6 hour 9mm. Ask any questions, I will answer.
Special Agent, were you able to determine based on the forensic evidence?
No. Okay. So the thing is the state turned over all the exhibits, every single page, but they only intended to introduce certain pages. And so they pared down their portion of the exhibits to only those ones that they wanted to show. And so, but now the defense has a binder with everything, and she's trying to flip through them real quick to get to the right page that they've identified as, say, Exhibit 65. So it's not like they haven't turned over the evidence. They've turned over more than they're using at trial. They just didn't identify in advance. It just slows everything down. There's nothing appealable about it. It's not like they're hiding anything. It just slows down the process. And hopefully they don't do that tomorrow so that we don't have to spend time searching for exhibits. So everyone's on the same page. So that's what's going on.
Of the phones, whether or not Jennifer Crumbley followed the shooter's Instagram account.
Yes, she did.
Okay, so this account where he posted, she followed it. We can't say she saw it, but we know she followed it.
Correct, yes.
Okay, and that is a picture of the SIG?
Yeah, so the first picture was the 6 hour in the pistol box.
Apparently my wife is watching. She sends me a message that says Baker is so correct. But that was 2 minutes ago. I don't know what Baker said. I don't know how far back she is.
I'm always correct.
Apparently, she's agreeing with a Dane, which is amazing. If you guys don't know, my
Hey,
wife
Lena.
is Swedish. So
No,
the fact that she's agreeing with a Dane.
Well, I believe it was with they're teaching him everything correctly, and they're turning it against them now.
Yeah.
Nowhere can that lead to culpability in his crimes. Because in every other crime, if he had just picked up the gun and did it, they would have said, well, they never taught him how to handle a gun correctly.
To be fair, if ATF had its way, it would forget that the Second Amendment existed and would just say anyone, unless you're law enforcement or military, doesn't have a gun. That's their internal policy. I had a client with fireworks, and the ATF was all over him. Probably this guy.
And then the second picture is the shooter holding the firearm.
I'm gonna go back through and grab all these exhibits
They
and
appear
post
to
them
be
in the
inside the
Discord.
Crumbley family residence based on the floor.
It's gonna be a long evening for me.
And then there's the shooter again holding the firearm with the sights aimed in. As you can see, the 3 dots are aligned.
I'm
Okay.
so sorry. What number is that?
It's all part of 66.
66?
This is Instagram post from November 26, 2021.
Okay, thank you. So 66. 66 then has multiple pictures.
Three sides.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
thank you.
It's the one Instagram account that we know is in common.
Okay, thank you.
That we know is in
Yeah.
common.
Yeah.
What is she referring to in
But
that?
it-
Okay, so if you go back to the preliminary examination, Ethan, I believe, had 3 Instagram accounts, but only one of them were followed by his parents. And so when the judge says it's the one Instagram account we have in common, I don't know what she's referring to. I'm kind of confused, and I'm very nervous about this judge talking so much in front of the jury.
But it's in piecemeal, I can't tell what's, the number is not on the screen, so
Right.
Right.
I was wondering.
that's why I'm having a hard time, so, sorry.
Yeah. Never.
Sorry.
Oh,
I was
boy.
looking for the natural break, so.
I do
What
like
a
this judge.
jokester.
Yeah.
I will say I like this judge. I've been in front of her many times. I do like her.
So, yeah, well,
Sorry about that.
I was waiting till cross-examination.
I'm so sorry.
No, I'm with you.
They only have an hour
So,
left,
A few things.
maybe an hour and a half.
Discuss your testimony with anyone right now.
Yeah, we just had another judge sighting, but nothing happens.
Understood, Your Honor.
Everyone is vacillating.
And, we will-
Vacillating.
How's that? All right.
All rise for the jury.
I might need to see the jury reactions. Okay, let me end this poll, and I'm going to start a new poll while you guys talk for a second.
Well, so far, it's like the Murdoch trial. We are spending a full day in court talking about another person's crimes that has absolutely nothing to do with what this woman is on trial for.
Yep.
It seems, again, like we're just trying to imply that she should have done something different. But can they place her anywhere near him when he did when he had the choice of picking up a pew and go to school with it? No. So far, none of that. We know that the dad trained with him at a pewing range, and he should do that because that's what. Well, excited. I think if you watch the Murdoch trial, it was a 6-week trial about a murder where the 5 weeks were spent on a financial crime. This is the same. This is a crime her son committed. We're
I think
only
it's closer,
focusing on the son.
I think it's closer to the Whitmer kidnapping trial, where 90% of that trial was about what those other guys who were already convicted did.
Yeah,
And
that's a
the
good
judge
idea.
even said, well, first, what we're doing is we're establishing this sort of this culture, this mindset of this group, and then we're going to connect it to the defendant.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's what we're doing here. We're trying to establish all the guilt for Ethan, and then we're going to connect it to the mother.
But again,
I guess. I don't know.
I find it so disingenuous. It's again, Alex Murdoch stole a lot of poor people's money, so we find him guilty in murder. It's the same infraction that they must be guilty because someone else did something really bad, or they did something else really bad, and I just find it very odd that you spend so much time talking about the son instead of talking about what she allegedly did.
Yeah, I forgot we were behind, so I jumped up to President.
You're us short bus people. We're always a little behind.
Yeah, it's okay.
At least I'm annoying.
Hang on, let me back it up a touch.
All right. We had an opportunity, my
I lost
co-counsel and I,
this.
to reorganize so that we can do this as efficiently as possible.
All right, we're live.
Special
Yeah,
Agent,
1
I'd
hour
like to
left.
direct your attention to Exhibit 66, I'm sorry.
Oh,
Um,
she's talking about the loony
this is
versus the
the-
toonie.
Instagram post
That's what you were correct
of the
about.
shooter, and you already testified earlier that
Not the
Instagram
gun
account was
thing.
followed by.
Nothing to
I'm
do with
always
that.
correct about everything.
Is there anything
How far
about
behind
this
are you,
image
wife?
that you
She's
I
way
wasn't.
behind.
want to remark on in terms of what you
I think she was catching up on the morning, and now she's probably to the afternoon.
see and what you don't see?
Yeah, so in the image is the 6-hour 9mm pistol. There's one magazine inserted into the firearm. There's also an empty magazine next to the firearm on the right-hand side. In the image, there is not the ATF pamphlet or the cable lock that was sold with the firearm.
And then and I believe 66 is already admitted, and 67? What is this, Special Agent?
This is a picture from Jennifer Crumbley's cell phone taken, I believe, 30 to 40 minutes after, I was in around 6:38, 6:40 p.m. on the 26th.
The day the gun was purchased?
Correct. And this is a picture of the Sig Sauer is the bottom pistol with a magazine inserted. The top pistol is the Keltec 22 caliber pistol. And then there are the two Sig Sauer magazines, the ATF pamphlet, and a cable lock with a key inserted and a second key attached.
And this was previously admitted, this cable lock, it's People's 39. Can you testify about whether or not this is similar or the same? Can you tell that?
I would say that it is similar. The exact same words and instructions are on the pamphlet and on the, call that I don't know if it's a sticker that's attached to the bottom by the block there.
This right here?
Correct, but I've had an opportunity to review the words on both and they do match up.
Okay. And you see the pamphlet in that picture.
Yes,
And Jennifer Crumbley took that photo the day the gun was purchased, and you said around 6:30?
it was between 6:30 and 6:40 p.m., I believe.
Okay, thank you. I want to go to now the next day. That would be the Saturday. The 26th was Friday after Thanksgiving. The 27th was Saturday. Did you have the opportunity to review surveillance video from a gun range in Clarkston?
Yes,
And do you know about what time that surveillance began? In other words, who's the surveillance of?
it shows Jennifer Crumbley and the shooter entering the gun range, paying for range time, targets, and 9mm ammunition, 100 rounds of it, and then they proceed to take turns firing the 6 Sauer pistol.
Okay, so do you recall about the time they arrived there?
It was approximately 1:00 p.m.
Okay. So the receipt is for, you said 100 rounds?
Yes, they bought two 50-round boxes of Patriot Defense 9mm ammunition.
Okay, so the only firearm that ammunition is for is the shooter's Christmas gift, the SIG.
Yes, out of the firearms in their home, it would only be utilized in that one specific firearm, yes.
Okay, and the previous receipts that we've admitted into evidence that you obtained, is there any record of any purchase of a 9mm ammunition before this day?
Not that I found, no.
Okay. So in terms of the evidence you obtained, this is the
Trying to wake
first
up
time and only
Jamie.
time you saw.
Right?
a
I'm
purchase of
here.
9mm
You're trying to kill me.
ammunition.
Correct.
Okay. And who was at the range with the shooter?
Jennifer Crumbley.
Were you looking at the phone evidence and the forensic evidence from the phones able to
Yeah,
determine
excited.
where James Crumbley was?
Sorry, real quick. Excited. What time is that? Paralegal Liz is going to be in the courtroom with a MLS press pass to cover the Murdaugh witness, or not the Murdaugh jury testimony tomorrow. Just wondering what time that is.
That's it.
Yes, I believe he was door dashing during the daytime hours that day.
He was a DoorDash driver, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to draw your attention to the actual surveillance video, which is Exhibit 71. We are not going to play the entire video, Your Honor, although the entire video will be admitted into evidence and the jury can view it. So we're going to try to focus on the most relevant parts, and then the entire video is in evidence.
You can play the video
Yeah,
if you want.
got it, thank you.
So, okay, what was the date of this? I missed it. Does anyone recall?
What are we looking at, especially?
So that's Jennifer Crumbley had just arrived and placed the 6 Sauer pistol box.
Focus on the most relevant. Not going to play the entire video, Your Honor, although the entire video will be admitted into evidence and the jury can view it. So
November 27th. Okay, the day after.
we're going to try to focus on the most relevant parts, and then the entire video is in evidence.
You can play the video
Yeah,
if you want.
got it, thank you.
Okay.
This
What are
one
we
we've
looking
seen
at?
in the preliminary examination.
So that's Jennifer Crumbley had just arrived and placed the 6 Sauer pistol box on the display case there, and the shooter is standing over her shoulder.
That's exactly how my kid would stand. All frumpy looking.
Oh, but did you notice his shooter stance? He's ready to go. He's ready to go. He's
Yeah, he's ready
looking at targets. You can see it. He's scouting the place.
I mean, he just looks like an awkward kid.
Yeah,
That's about it.
Just
Nothing
an
more,
awkward-
nothing less.
big awkward kid. Okay. Well, since I paused it and backed it up a little bit, I'm going to just speed this up because we're just sitting here.
MNH says, I'm a little confused. What is she being charged with? Do you want to?
She is being charged with involuntary manslaughter. So Ethan Crumbley, her son, shot and killed 4 people. She is being charged with gross negligence in her duty to protect society from the dangerousness that was her son. Essentially, the state is claiming that she knew that her son had.
You've already identified that gun case as the SIG case and not this no, that it's this one, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
They're saying that she knew her son was dangerous and intended to shoot up the schools, and she instead of doing anything about it, went and got him a gun, and that was grossly negligent. It's essentially what they're saying. I mean, I don't know how else to connect it. They're not saying that she encouraged it or anything. That
So at
she
this
knew
point, if you know
he
where
wanted to
is
do
the
this and
gun?
bought him a gun.
So the handgun is in the
15
6-hour
years is a
pistol case
possible
with 2 boxes of
sentence.
ammunition sitting on top.
Max.
And Jennifer
anyways.
Crumbley is handling those.
Yes.
Okay. And what are they doing now?
They're putting on ear protection before entering the range.
So she couldn't hear when he
Previous,
yelled, "I'm
Would
gonna
have shown
kill
Jennifer
all
Crumbley
them
shooting range. Do you
MFers."
remember, did she have ear protection on?
Mhm.
Yes.
When he was screaming, "Die, die, die, motherfucker," as he was pulling
Yeah.
the trigger, she couldn't hear that. That's a reference to the Zachariah Anderson case. That's not what anyone said in this trial. Just don't get me wrong on that.
Yeah.
That's not in evidence.
Yeah.
Yeah, facts not in evidence there. Well, they weren't in evidence in the Zachariah Anderson trial, at least not proper evidence.
No.
Yeah, how
Nothing
that's
like the
not hearsay, yeah.
prosecutor giving you your lines ahead of time from side stage, right? You know, as one does
Sitting
in
there.
a play.
Special, can you explain to the jury what's happening right now? If you know?
Yeah, right now, the shooter is loading ammunition into the magazine.
Now, at this point, he had the gun for
Yeah, that'll be all over MLS now, or
Yes, approximately
MSN,
around exactly
MS
24 hours.
mainstream media. Yes, thank you.
You
Do
had
you still,
Brady was
allow
sitting
him
like this in
that
court.
case or next to the gun or the case?
No.
Ah. MNHS 06
Yeah,
with
just
a
answer.
member for 5-month chat. Thank you for being a member for 5 months, by the way. It's awesome when I see you guys, how long you guys have been members for. What is she charged with? She is charged with involuntary manslaughter. And pursuant to the laws of the state of Michigan, I'm going to pull up the specific jury instruction with regard to that. If I can find it again. Why did I lose it? There we go. It is... Okay. That the defendant caused the death of another. That is the decedent's death as a result of whatever action, in this case, failure to take reasonable steps to protect society from her dangerous son. Second, in doing this act, which was failing to protect society from the known danger that is her son, she acted with in gross negligence or with in a grossly negligent manner. Grossly negligent says it's more than carelessness. It means willful disregard for the results to others that might follow through an act or failure to act. So she has to have known of the likely results and still failed to do anything about it. So they have to
Especially
prove
I
that
do
she
have a
knew
question while we're, viewing
that
this.
her son intended to shoot up the school, which
Are
I
all
think
of
that's the
visits
problem
and
with this particular case. From a legal from a factual standpoint on these charges, I think the problem is that they're not going to be able to prove that she knew what her son was planning. From a legal standpoint, we have the intentional wrongful acts of a third party as an intervener, which I have a problem with. So I think the states should lose on 2 counts.
purchases stored on surveillance in ranges and licensed firearm dealers.
So in this particular gun range, there is surveillance camera equipment. I don't believe went back past September 25th, which is why there wasn't surveillance video for the previous visits.
Okay. So what's happening right now?
So that is the 6-hour pistol. I'm going to call that the stand, as well as a loaded magazine. And now the shooter is placing a target on the cardboard before sending it back down range.
Dave, do you know what that thumbs up thing is under the video?
Thumbs up thing under the video.
Yeah, because I can see only 182 of the 294 people have touched it.
Oh, people, you guys got to hit the like button. You're here, you're watching it. You must like it. You've been around for all day.
If nothing else,
likes.
because of Jamie.
Yeah, at least because of Jamie.
Oh, okay.
And a minimum because of her.
Mm.
Sorry. Okay, so people don't need to text me and ask me what my thoughts are on this case. You could just simply watch me. I got family texting me, asking me what my thoughts are. I'm expressing them all day long. All week I'll be here, folks.
They won't even watch your channel. They'll just text you.
Yeah, they'll text me. Well, what do you think? The mom was crying during the video. What are your thoughts? Watch my coverage. We stopped and went over it for like 5 minutes.
That's funny.
Not really. Nothing special in the last 20 minutes. Basically, videos of Ethan at the range with his parents. Essentially, parents that are engaged in their child's life, that are facilitating a hobby, completely lawful hobby, that their son seems to express an interest in. Also, they're making a good case for how did I put it? Safe and responsible gun ownership. That's really what you missed. I have a friend joining me. Hit the like button, y'all. Hit the like button for the cat. Look, the cat, the sole
I would
survivor.
hit it.
For the shooter.
The sole survivor?
We're able to tell how many rounds he shot.
It depends on how full the magazine was, but if he had a full magazine, it would have been 15 rounds once he loaded it in the firearm that he discharged.
Okay. And can you tell the jury what's happening now?
Yeah, so now he brings a new target over for Jennifer Crumbley, and then he affixes it to the cardboard and then sends it down range.
Okay, but put it in. Make the hobby anything else. Anything else.
Archery is
yeah.
comparable. If
Archery,
they had been
they go to
practicing
the
archery,
Olympics with firearms, right? I mean, there's shooting competitions in the Olympics as well as.
we have a guy who's pretty good at skeet shooting at the Olympics. But if this has been an archery and he had done the same thing afterwards, no one would have said,
It seems
well,
both
it's
of them
clearly
were
because they
struggling at
helped
this
him.
point, as he did before. What are they trying to do? He had the same trouble.
Right?
So initially he had trouble inserting the magazine. This is different. He's trying to explain to her how to send the slide forward by pressing sending the slide release and sending it forward. The chamber around
she's
the magazine.
teaching him. Okay, they're still
And that's-
bonding.
That action right there.
Okay, go. Oh, cat. All right, hang on. I gotta deal with the cat.
David.
Don't be afraid of the gun.
Oh, she jerked that trigger.
Yeah, she's afraid of the gun. You can see it. She kept her arms too high.
Mm-hmm. And you
Are
notice
you
when people
supposed to
do
like
it, they're
lock
like,
your elbow so hard like that?
no, loose.
But she was doing like this because she was probably afraid of
the recoil was going to get her.
Yeah.
Yes, if she's acquitted, she would be allowed to go visit her son. The only reason she's not allowed now is because she's not. Well, there could be some witness issues, sequestration issues, but mainly because she's incarcerated. She's still in Oakland County
Took her
Jail.
turn at firing the SIG.
Can I say something really sad?
Whether it seemed like just a few rounds.
Yeah, it was just a few rounds. It was a partially
We were
loaded
in
magazine
court
that was
all
inserted
day.
into the firearm.
On Tuesday. We were in court all day for jury selection, and it was 4:30, 5 o'clock, and they were getting ready to, or the jury was escorted out, but they had to go over some jury questionnaires. The attorneys did, and Jennifer's attorney turned to her and said, "You want to stick around, and you can, sit with us, and we'll go over these jury questionnaires." And she's like, "No, I'd rather just go back home. It's time to go." And she wanted to go back to prison instead of like out in the free. I think this woman's going to be messed up for the rest of her life.
Yeah, she's
because of
broken.
this. Yeah, she's broken. She wanted to go back home to her jail cell.
I
And
mean,
then
her life has just been stripped of her.
This several times.
Yeah,
know?
it
At
really
this
has.
point, the shooter does another, I don't know how many rounds.
That the witness answer the questions and just yes, not waiting.
I'm just really just trying to make things easy and more understandable. And
by leading-
we were gonna fast
Well,
forward.
okay, so you're gonna fast forward. What happens next?
She will need help. She will need
So
therapy.
I think they exchange turns one more time, shooting at the target, and then I believe it's only one more time each, and then they depart from the range.
Okay. All right, you're fast forwarding to when they're both completed. You think did they both shoot more rounds or just the shooter, if you know?
I'm not certain if Jennifer shot more rounds or not. I know the shooter takes another turn this time around. I don't know exactly how many more times Jennifer shoots.
Do you know how many rounds total were left when they were finished shooting?
So they discard an empty box of 50 rounds of the 9mm ammunition into the trash can, and then exit with only one box of 50 rounds. So when they departed, they only had the 50-round full box of Patriot Defense 9mm ammunition.
Okay. And we can fast forward to that part. We're going to try.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for texting me my personal thoughts on this trial. Yeah. No, it's my sister-in-law. Hi, Julie. I'm sure you're watching live. I hate this prosecutor. She tries to act like all of these tricks are to help the jury, but really it's just to manipulate. Yeah, I mean, she definitely has a. She definitely wants a conviction. Oh, okay. Julie, my mother says hi.
Hey, Miss Holmes.
Hey, Mama Helm.
Should be in the chat. Right? That's another thing, too. Does he come across as a kid with issues in this video? That was the cross-examination for the gun store employee. Like, did he look normal or did he look like something was up? And she's like, yeah, he looked normal.
Yeah, he looks just like Mike friend's stepson. Big, kind of stupid, and need a hair wash.
Yeah, that's good. Big, stupid, needs a hair wash. My mom doesn't know everything I did.
Great.
Nobody knows everything I did. Going to the grave with that. I did, however, I did. I made it a conscious effort to hit the like button on every YouTube channel or video that I watch.
So ridiculous.
One more, so we get to 200 likes. Come on, who's going to be number 200? Well, we can just get to 300.
Sometimes my mom will ask me questions and then say, I don't want to know. Although I will say somehow my mom was able to track me down whenever I like snuck out of the house at night. This is before GPS and cell phones and stuff. She knew exactly where I was. I don't know how. I'd be sitting there. She'd roll up.
Yeah, the mom radar. That was real.
Mm-hmm.
When you were out drinking, when you were not allowed to do it, all of a sudden.
Mom radar.
Mm-hmm.
Is Baker here? Oh, freak. See you in a month, guys.
I remember one time we just saw headlights and we were sitting in the church parking lot. And we were like, oh, cops or whatever. You know, like we didn't want to get in trouble for loitering or something. So we ran through a neighborhood. And then I thought, well, I'm just going to sit on the front porch of this house and act like I live here or something. My buddy ran behind back and fell in a pond. But I was just sitting there. And then the car, like we ran like through houses. I don't know how this car found us. And just sort of rolls up. And it was my mom in her van. It's like, hi.
Now I realize I had it lucky. My parents went to bed early all the time, so it was easy to cause ruckus.
Yeah, mom and son look like they're close. Well, I mean, I don't know if this is the thing that she wants to be doing, but she's spending time with her son on a hobby that he seems to enjoy.
This looks like me when my kid played badminton. It was the most boring 6 hours I ever had in a sports arena. But you did it every other Sunday because your kid wanted to play badminton. You were there.
Mm-hmm.
Bored out of your mind. It was cold and you couldn't drink.
I love badminton.
My kids expressed an interest in tennis, so we went to tennis. They expressed an interest in soccer. We went to soccer. I had to coach soccer. I don't even know how to play it. We my daughter wanted to do dance and gymnastics. We encouraged them for whatever hobby that they were interested in. And you'd go do it with them.
No, and that's why I hate this case. That it's just because guns be bad. No.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what it is. Guns be bad.
Well, and we want to hold people accountable. Like they always want to make, even though they have Ethan in jail.
Piano
they still
lessons.
Want to start making everybody responsible.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah, piano lessons. Dave was the original Ted Lasso. I had no clue what I was doing. Coached football too. I don't know what I was doing there. She doesn't seem to be interested in the hobby went for her son. Yeah, well.
Yeah.
Next time we go skiing, Mother, I want you on the hills with me. Not sitting in the lodge, keeping the seat warm for us.
Oh, that'd be me. She knows what she's doing. Like, I'm gonna be inside by the fire with the hot chocolate. You go have fun.
At least you can drink at a ski resort. That's true.
The state is trying to curb the epidemic of school shootings. What is your guys' solution? What's an epidemic?
Well, first of all, I don't think it's an epidemic. Secondly, I think one of the fundamental issues with particularly this issue is the fact that kids can't get over the most mundane of setbacks in their lives. I think people are too coddled. I see people, I just played a video the other day. This guy working at a hotel that starts beating his own head and then banging it into a computer screen because someone else made a double booking of a hotel room. Why is this adult having such a weird reaction to a mundane setback in his career? I think the fundamental problem is that people are not used to experiencing any setbacks. We give trophies to everybody. I know that's a cliche, but really, you lose, you don't get a trophy. It is what it is. Life will move on. You will be okay. That's something that we need to instill in people. And I think that's one of the biggest fundamental issues.
And the last three, 2 or 3 unalivings at school have been people who clearly have mental illnesses. And is one of the problems that we go way too far to try to coddle people who clearly have mental illnesses and believe
that
certain
okay.
some things about themselves. Shouldn't we be looking more into telling people that it's okay to be a little weird, but you still have to fit into, and you're not owed a special little spot in the world. You have to fit in with the rest of us.
I had a buddy that got into a fist fight over road rage, and the first thing I said to him was, "Why the fuck do you care so much? Just drive on."
Yeah.
I got
all the time.
hang on, before I lose the gifted membership, Cindy J with 5 gifted memberships. Thank you very much for the gifted memberships. I much appreciate it. Oh, I'm gonna lose them. There we go. Sharon Will, Just Jurors, Pillar Goslin, Antron Hemingway. Okay, I got that one. Stephanie Bland. All were gifted memberships. You can all thank Cindy J. And if you are a new member, please click the member tab. Take the link to my Discord where I have all of my member content, all of my notes from today's trial, the jury instructions for these particular charges, as well as some of these videos and things are going to be posted in there later. Jury instructions are in there now, but I appreciate the gifted membership. Okay, now as you were saying, I was
going to say, well, also my opinion in this is the overreach of like, oh, this kid did a bad thing, now we're going to make everybody responsible. That's I'm not okay with that at all.
No, but the question was really focusing on, okay, so let's assume there's an epidemic of school shooting. How do you correct this? And I think there's a fundamental issue. School shooting is a symptom of something else. So that something else we see throughout our society. Like I said, when you have people screaming and yelling at fast food workers, when you have the Karens of the world exist because for some reason they can't get past a certain something that's going on in their life. People need to be able to accept these setbacks and just move on. And I think the anti-bullying campaign, not that bullying where you actually like beat the crap out of somebody is good, but hey, some teasing teaches you that I can be teased and I can move on with my life. That's why I love my trolls in my chats. I love when people try to call me out because I dealt with that in school. I dished it, but I also received it. And I know that I could take the some of the stupid things that people say and move on. Other people can't. Other people get so worked up in Twitter and everything else on social media with the slightest
but is
little
it because we will learn to grow with thick skin? We will learn to have thick skin because some years in school you were the bully, other years you were bullied. So you had to learn to roll with punches. And back then, especially as young boys, we got into a few fist fights to kind of find out what's the pecking order. Mm-hmm. So it's you don't really know how tough you are till the first time you've been smacked in the head, and that's a good thing to know because a lot of people are writing checks their aces can't cover because they believe they're tough guys. Like the guy who told me
social media. Social media is the problem nowadays. That's my opinion.
As the guy told me today, do you know you're annoying? I said, yes, my ex-wife told me all the time. Thank you for watching.
Exactly. That's the appropriate response. Not get mad and go tell off a fast food worker.
Dox his whole family. Yeah.
If you are a new member, I forgot to mention, you're going to be put into a waiting room sort of thing. Let Jung know what your YouTube name is because sometimes it's different than Discord. And then she'll give you access to the rest of it. So I just wanted to point that out. All right.
I think social media is a big proprietor of the society we live in nowadays. My sister literally just told me this yesterday because she's got a 10-year-old and a 7-year-old, and she goes, I don't think I want them to have social media until they're 18.
Yeah,
she's
and she can stop it. She can prevent it.
She was just like, it was just a conversation because she was just like, it's just so crazy, like the stuff that's going on all the time in the school for the kids.
Well, my son will come home and say, so and so said something to me, and I said, like, what was your response? I said, you know what, you should develop some quick comebacks and then just move on, because that's going to infuriate him more than anything else that you do. If you get mad at him and carry on, that's exactly what he wants. So I was just like, come up with a few quick comebacks that you're ready at, and then just walk away, because that's more entertaining for you, right? We had this whole conversation. You just gotta let things go.
Exactly. And I told her that too, because she's such a hothead sometimes. And I'm like, you really got to teach your kids that a lot of this stuff doesn't matter. It's really never going to matter.
I think that's the fundamental problem, because if guns were the problem and kids with guns were the problem and kids with guns at school were the problem, then we would have had mass shootings going all the way back to the 1800s, because they used to carry guns to school. Kids did. If you talk to your grandparents or your parents, depending on how old you are, they had guns in class. They learned to shoot in high school. So guns with kids in school is not the problem. There's got to be something deeper, right?
I agree. Because now you say that, it's like, yeah, wouldn't this have been going on for years and years and years? I mean,
he's a lawyer. They can't read. What? I don't know. I might not be able to read. There's some action in the treehouse.
Judge isn't here yet.
Okay.
But yeah, I agree 100%.
I saw your comment, Murphs, that I love it, but I can take it and dish it. You give me credit. Yeah.
Well,
she said I'm the nicest mean guy on YouTube.
You are, and I swear to God that it's things you need to teach people. And it sounds stupid, but it's so real, because you need to learn to just like laugh at people and not give a crap. You will feel so much better in life, because I think people teach all the time, like, oh, you got to fight for yourself and you always got to be out there. So people just have no filter, and they're just always confronting people in people's faces, screaming at people. It's crazy.
It's also, it's profitable to be a victim these days too, and that's part of the problem. Like on social media, you can become famous by having talent, showing your ass, or being a victim. And talent takes effort. Not everyone has a nice ass to show. But victimhood is easy, and it could be profit. It could get you a lot of attention, all kinds of stuff. So sometimes it's just we're making it too easy for people to be victims.
Oh, absolutely.
And I try to teach my kids not to be victims.
That's what I was thinking of. Hey, Joe, you got to fight for your right to party. That's what I think of.
I sped this up, by the way, because we're just watching videos here.
I think people get a lot more upset when you do ignore them, and you are unbothered by what they're saying to you, and it actually makes and it's actually funny to me.
I have the best asses.
She does have the best asses.
Why are we watching videos of responsible gun ownership? That's a good question, Salvador. Why are we watching questions of responsible gun ownership and a mother and son bonding over a activity that is a healthy habit for the son to be engaged in, and exercising it in the proper and responsible way?
There is another question on the Treehouse Murder Show.
Someone wants to go grab a snack. Oh, I left my granola bar in the car. Can I go get it?
Hey, I left my meds in the car too. Can I go?
Dave's reading skills are stellar. I never guaranteed.
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
I never guaranteed any proper reading skills on a screen. Definitely not. We are all disconnected.
Almost 6 hours on the first question.
What? Is this a legitimate question? It's not I want to get my candy bar?
Picture of the target that was posted.
Tucker just strolled in, so he was a little late.
Targets in the shooter's bedroom. I don't recall exactly if it was Mrs. Crumbley's target or not. I know even the shooter's target was one of them, I believe.
I'm amazed they're still deliberating.
And can you tell the jury what he's doing now?
You
Now
know,
he's trying
the
to
standard
put
rule,
6-hour pistol and 3 pistol magazines into the case and close it.
he's putting the gun away.
Are the magazines full or empty, or can you tell?
They're empty.
Everything is empty, proper gun safety. What I was going to say is the longer you deliberate, generally the better it is for the defense. So it's probably a good thing that they're still deliberating. I feel like that guy needs to be acquitted, the Treehouse murder case.
And what does it look like to you? Stephanie?
So the shooter's just trying to rearrange the pistol box so that it closes properly and can fully clamp with those.
There were
opening of the clamps.
many assessments
yes.
done on Ethan as part of his sentencing in his Miller hearing. And
Hung jury.
hung jury,
Oh,
really? They're
They're
sending him
hung jury?
hung jury on the Treehouse murder case?
Really?
Oh.
You dodged a bullet. Are they staying that way, or are they going to make them go back and keep trying?
Well, did he declare a hung jury, or did they just say they're hung and they're sending them back? We'll get an update
Sorry.
here shortly.
Ellen's statement or Ellen thingy Metagog is being read to them.
Okay. The Allen statement. All right. So they're going to say, guys, don't go back and see if you can find a compromise. All right. They're going to send them back if that's what's going on.
Gotcha.
That's what the Allen statement is.
So Jennifer Crumbley's carrying
Yeah,
the case with the SIG inside of it.
I'm jumping off
Do you
so
see
because I
does
can
the
hear
shooter
the
carry anything?
Yes,
court.
he
So
has,
I'll
the targets
back.
as well as the box
Okay.
of 9mm pistol.
What I was going to say about Ethan is that they did an assessment, and the defense wants to use his mental health records. Now, nothing in his mental health and the assessment that we heard in the Miller hearing or his sentencing indicates any sort of mental health issues at all whatsoever. So presumably, even if they had him assessed months or years in advance, it wouldn't have shown anything. So how would the parents be on notice?
Based on your investigation and all the physical evidence and digital evidence, was this the last known image of this weapon before it was used to kill the students in Exeter High School?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to draw your attention to Exhibit 72. Can you tell the jury what this is?
This is an Instagram post by Jennifer Crumbley on the date that they went to the range later that evening. That says, took my new SIG out to the range
I
today.
just want to stop you. This is actually.
I'm sorry.
Okay, whose Instagram post is this?
Sorry, this is the shooter's Instagram.
Okay,
Well, yeah, we can't. we got to get that straight. That this is Ethan's Instagram post, and he's saying mine. That's what tipped her off.
Post later that evening said, took my new SIG out to the range today. Definitely need to get used to the new sites, LOL.
and could you tell when that was posted?
Yes, in 1902 on the date they went to the range, being the 27th, the day after Thanksgiving,
Okay, and what time is that for?
7:02 p.m.
It's UTC -5, so is it 7 or is it?
I'm sorry, that is in UTC. So at the time of this, it would be around 2 o'clock, 2:02 p.m.
2:02. Can you tell the jury what UTC minus?
Yeah, so
What am I talking about when I say that?
it's just the universal time. So that is like the time in the Eastern time zone is either -4 or -5, depending on
Go
the time of
to
year, daylight savings time.
go to my main YouTube channel and click on the member tab. And the first thing up there will be a link to my Discord, Paralegal Liz, and anyone else who needs it.
And then do you know, by the way, where Jennifer Crumbley was when this was posted? If you know.
I believe she was still home at this point.
And I want to draw your attention to 73. What is this?
This is the Instagram post by Jennifer Crumbley of the target with Mom and Sunday testing out his new Christmas present. My first time shooting a 9mm. I hit the bullseye. This was posted about a minute later than the shooter's Instagram post.
So his post was 2:02 and hers was 2:03.
Yes.
Okay, and there's more than just this post, correct?
There's 3 images within the one post. Yes.
Okay. So it's the same text, but 3 different images.
Yes.
Okay. And what is this picture of?
So this is the third image. The first was the main target. Then there was a zoom in of the bullseye, and then there was this image, which was of the firearm in the case with 2 pistol magazines and the ATF Youth Handgun Safety Act notice beneath it.
Do you know where James Crumbley was during this time? Was he still doing DoorDash deliveries?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know?
Yes, Ken,
at some point,
that has been my
whether or not,
argument throughout.
Jennifer Crumbley left the house that day when they returned from the range.
Yes.
Hey, Nicholas.
Okay. Do you know about what time?
It was around,
doing?
I believe it was around 2:30, or it could
Yeah,
I know there
I'm
was a Facebook
doing
message.
okay. So this is the anti-gun trial.
Yes, this is the anti-gun trial. Welcome. You have a stream later on Zachariah Anderson. Is that what I'm to understand?
Tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow. Okay,
Yeah.
tomorrow. All right, very good. Well, welcome. Yeah, we should be just about done for today. We're 7 minutes behind, and they should be closing up shop around 4:30. So in about 15, 20 minutes or so for the day. But welcome. Yeah, have you been listening the whole time?
No, I have not, but I could guess that guns are bad. They shouldn't have bought him a gun, and they should have. They are trying to. You should have known that he was a natural-born killer, and you should have shot him first or something.
Surprisingly, no. Surprisingly,
Oh.
no, none of that. So far, they started off with the what the shooter did, and then they go into a bunch of testimony about responsible gun ownership and how these parents essentially were responsible gun owners and were properly training their son in responsible gun ownership. Also, spending quality time with their son and engaging in an activity that he seemed to enjoy. So that's what's been going on.
Okay. Huh.
Yeah. So welcome.
Thank you.
Said around 2:30 cent that she was shopping, so I don't know exactly what time she left, but I know she left after that Instagram post.
Okay. and
Yep,
you know
same guy
who-
still on the
it's your
stand.
turn.
Fourth
That was
witness,
around 5:30
Agent
p.m.
Brett Brandon, ATF.
I might be confusing Jennifer and James on that timing that Jennifer returned home.
Okay,
For that.
it's okay.
Yeah.
We have another witness that will testify about it. Just one moment, Your Honor.
Well, they could charge the school officials criminally, but no one can sue them
I want
civilly.
to
It's
draw your
criminal
attention
immunity.
to a previously, I believe it's previously admitted, 74, exhibit 74. All right, and if we can zoom in on the drawing of the firearm in that diagram. We've
I
already,
don't need a gun. I have a Mr. Jingles. I will
Tell
throw
her
them
you're
in
waiting
the
for Sabas.
faces of any
I first saw
intruder.
this worksheet when I was at Oxford High School
This
on
is the
November
worksheet.
30th, 2021, responding to the shooting.
Okay, and what's your understanding about who drew those things and when?
It was my understanding that the shooter drew them earlier in the day, and I have to say that I saw an image of this worksheet, which is probably the same image. And it was, like I said, during my time responding to school.
Okay, Special Agent, what, if anything, caught your attention about this drawing?
What if anything?
There were
what if anything?
several things, specifically with the firearm. After recovering it and looking at it, inspecting it, it appeared to be the same firearm recovered from that the shooter used to commit the shooting, the 6-hour 9mm pistol.
Okay, can you
What?
explain to the jury why you believe?
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry.
Yes, so
That's not
when
the
you look
same
at
gun.
the image, the back of the, do you mind if I pick up the actual?
It's a generic semi-automatic pistol.
Would you make-
I would go-
So,
If YouTube
when
would
you look at the back
allow,
of the
I
slide,
would go show
there's
you mine.
serrations at the back of the slide
It's
here.
exactly the same. It's not a 6-hour.
So the serrations at the back of the slide in the same location that they are in the picture. The shape of the trigger guard of the picture appeared to be the same shape, as well as the magazine. The SIG magazine is unique in that it has this lip at the front. And when inserted in the firearm, it creates this secondary kind of, it's not flush with the firearm, right? There's
Your
this
Honor, I'm
lip.
sorry, can
Oh,
you,
yep,
can you turn to her so we can
Move my
see
chair
it?
back. Yep, there we go.
Sorry, I can't see what you're.
Yep, no problem. So there's a lip in the front of the firearm here when the magazine's inserted. When I looked at the picture, it appeared to be that was what was drawn at the bottom.
Isn't many guns have a sort of lip?
Yes.
Did you see anything
Most
else?
It's
all
about
of them.
the grip so you don't slide
Yes, the
down.
ammunition appeared
Yes.
to be, after working this
Mine's
case
not
and
a
reviewing the
6-hour
image,
and it does.
and knowing the caliber of firearms in the Crumbley home, it appeared that ammunition was not .22 ammunition, for the simple fact that the cylinder at the bottom on a .22 long rifle
And that's the
round
other
of
thing
ammunition.
too, is that what they're not saying, what they haven't said yet, is that drawing, this drawing right here, was made the morning of. This isn't weeks or days or months or anything ahead of time. The morning of. So how much time do you have to prepare and plan and prevent this? The morning of.
Is not flush. It creates almost like a cylinder at the bottom, if you could picture it, and it wouldn't be flush with the round. So instead of it just being a circle like this, where you'd have a circle like that, it would be that there are parts edge sticking out around it, so to speak. There would be an edge drawn further around the bottom of that round of ammunition, and it's much thinner.
Okay, and I'm going to approach and show you the previously admitted picture of the other firearm that the Crumbleys owned. That's most similar to what's not here that's on the SIG that makes you think that the drawing was of the SIG. How are these two different?
So additionally, on the SIG,
And tell me how I should hold this so it doesn't
let
look
me
like I'm pointing at you.
take that from you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So when you look at the SIG here, there's an ejection port on this side, on the right side of the firearm, similar to the one drawn in the picture. The only other magazine-fed pistol in their residence at the time did not have an ejection port on either side of the firearm because it's concealed by the slide.
Okay, let's assume it is the exact same gun that he's drawing. It's a brand new gun, right? Again, there's nothing to indicate this is the morning of.
They're after the fact trying to. They should have known because this. They should have known because this. Okay, now go into random school and pick out the drawings kids do and say, okay, one of these kids are tomorrow or later today going to do a violent act. Which one?
As you know, I think you've been in court, sitting back here, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I'm Shannon, I represent Ms. Crumbley. If I ask you any questions confusing, please let me know, please.
Understood.
Thank you. Special Agent Brandon, would that be the correct way?
Yes.
Okay, to address you, thank you. You were testifying that you are familiar with the state and federal laws regarding guns, correct?
No, that's not correct. I stated that I was familiar with the federal laws to purchase a firearm, and in some of those investigations in purchasing firearms, some of the state laws come into play.
Okay, in terms of, and if you don't know the answer, please let me know. If you do know the answer, let us know, and please answer the question. Back on November 30th of 2021, it was not illegal, and it still is not illegal, for a minor to touch a gun, correct?
It is not against federal law for a minor to touch a firearm in certain instances, no.
Okay, it is not against the law for a minor to shoot a gun at a gun range. It wasn't then, and it's not illegal now, correct?
It is not against federal law for a minor to go to a gun range to shoot a firearm, no.
Okay, and as far as you know, it's not against state law either, correct?
Yeah, as far as I know, especially from this investigation, I know that it's not against state law, yes.
Okay. On November 30th of 2021, there also is no law, federal law, that requires certain storage requirements for guns, correct?
Inside of your residence?
Yes.
There's not a federal law that forces anyone to store their firearms in a certain way, no.
And as far as you know, on November 30th.
Just
of
not want to answer these
2021,
questions.
There also is not a state law that states how a firearm must be stored, correct?
It's my understanding based on this investigation that at the time there was not a law governing how to store a firearm in a home, no.
Okay. Now, you testified and talked to this jury about how there are various ways guns can be stored safely, correct?
Yes.
And one of the possible ways is in a gun safe, correct?
Yes.
And the Kel-Tec and Derringer gun, they were in a gun safe in the Crumbley home.
That's correct.
Another way that a gun another way of making a gun safe is with a cable lock, correct?
Yes.
And a cable lock is it almost looks like a bike lock that loops through the gun to make it impossible to shoot when it's locked, correct?
Yes.
And in order to disable or take the cable lock off, you have to have a key, correct?
I would say that's one of the ways to take it off, yes.
Okay, so that would be the way that most people would take it off is by using a key that works with that lock, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to go to exhibit,
You didn't even know what the slide release was called. Yeah, good catch.
38, which I'm going to put up on my screen, but I need to switch it over.
But he's an expert in firearms.
And I
Because he works for the ATF.
Mr. Goodman, can you help me, please?
Oh,
yes.
So
I'm
impressive.
not sure I've shifted over. Okay, so I'm going to exhibit 38. It's this thing.
What sound did the dude just make? I don't
I've
know.
got it plugged in.
Did he make a sound?
I didn't hear anything.
It did better than I thought it would. Okay, so this is exhibit 38. This has been admitted. This was admitted through the people when you testified before. This is the trigger lock statement. You recall testifying about
nope.
this, correct?
Yes.
Not yet.
And when a sale of a gun is made, this form is filled out and given to the person filled out by the person buying the gun, correct?
Correct.
And it's signed, in this form specifically, it's signed by James Crumbley and Cammie Back being the person who sold the gun, correct?
Yes.
And this form is to help ensure that there is safety in this process of guns being sold, correct?
I'm not sure what the congressional intent is on this, and that's not something I can testify about.
Okay, thank you. You would agree with me that the sale must include a trigger lock or a gun case or storage container that can be secured, correct?
No, it says a trigger lock or other device design, which in this instance would be the cable lock or a gun case or storage container.
Okay, so I'm sorry. So it could be a trigger lock, it could be a cable lock, it could be
Sorry,
a
Dave, I
gun
forgot.
case, it could be a storage container.
That-
There's options.
Yeah.
I accidentally wrote things in your name. I forgot that we, yeah.
That's okay. No worries, no worries.
Hmm.
I'll adopt him as mine.
I think it's correct anyway. That what the
And when
what the
you
prosecution
testified
must prove in this
about
case is the pair at the time of that drawing when they saw it. Oh, my son is going to shoot a lot of people.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what they need to prove. They need to
Yeah,
prove
and
that they
So
had some
so
sort of
that
knowledge.
yeah. So then showing the shooting, is that actually? I understand why they want to do it, but the whole case is regarding what happened up until that moment.
Yeah, it really is. And the defense wasn't disputing at all that the shooting happened, and that Ethan did it, and that the gun was used, and any of the stuff. But the state still has the right to present the evidence to meet the elements, despite the fact that the defense is stipulating to it. And so the judge allowed him to do it. I'm just glad they didn't parade in witness after witness after witness. I thought it was going to be a lot worse, actually. And it might still be, I guess. I don't know. We haven't seen all the witnesses yet, but get it out of the way and move on, I guess.
Yeah.
the 3 guns that we've seen in this courtroom. You testified about the Derringer, the Keltec, and the Sig Sauer, correct?
Yes.
And you were testifying that the caliber on those guns, that the Sig Sauer has the biggest caliber, correct?
Yes, it's a larger
Out
caliber.
of the 3 of those.
Yes.
Okay. And by nature, with those 3 guns in mind, that means the Sig Sauer can do more damage than the other 2 guns, the Keltec or the Derringer, correct?
I believe what I said is that it just makes a bigger hole, but yes, what you're saying is, yeah, that it would cause more damage, yes.
Okay. And a 9mm is not this is going to sound like a terrible question, but it's not the largest millimeter there are guns that are bigger and stronger, correct?
Yes.
What other guns could create even
Well, and that's the thing. So they're charging them criminally. So the criminal standard is gross negligence. That's the lowest standard possible, which is involuntary manslaughter. Geez, I forgot the word. Involuntary manslaughter is essentially gross negligence causing the death. That's the lowest standard they can get. So they can't just get simple negligence. They have to do gross negligence. They also have to establish a duty. And with the duty, they have to establish knowledge. So and somehow get around the whole intentional wrongful act of a third party. So the state has a lot of issues here.
Yeah, but it's a jury, so
I know.
Yeah.
For a whole host of reasons. It went up to the
Yeah.
Supreme Court. Supreme Court said to the Court of Appeals. Court of Appeals said, well, let's see what the jury says. See what the facts are at trial.
more damage or even larger holes?
I mean, there's a lot of calibers that are larger than a 9. I don't know that you want me to list them all right now, but there are more calibers that do cause more damage, that do fire a bigger round than a 9mm.
A 357,
Yes.
a 45,
As they're inappropriate.
a 50?
50 caliber?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, approximately how many other kinds of, would you guess, how many other?
I'm not going to guess. I mean, there's a lot of calibers of firearm.
What do you mean?
There
You
are
wanted to
several
say
that
that
are
it's
larger caliber than a 9mm.
bigger caliber, so it's
There's
There's
gonna
not
be
many that are larger than a 9 as a semi-automatic handgun. There's a few, I would say, not a ton.
Okay, so a 9mm is not the most destructive gun you can buy, but it's a gun that a person can buy.
A 9mm is a gun a person can buy, yes.
Okay. You testified about
It has 2 M's. It's clearly dangerous. Yes, exactly.
I'm going to go to exhibit 37.
What's the defense? The
You
defense is that she
testified about
didn't
this
know.
ATF pamphlet, Youth Handgun Safety Act notice, correct?
Yes.
You would agree with me that everyone knows guns are dangerous, correct?
I would hope so, yes.
It does not take getting a pamphlet to know that a gun is a weapon. That's common knowledge, correct?
Yes.
Whether that pamphlet is in the box, on the counter, on the floor, in the car, it's common knowledge that a gun is a serious, dangerous weapon, correct?
Yes, but that's not the purpose of this pamphlet.
Well, the purpose of this pamphlet is to make sure youths with handgun is especially dangerous, correct?
Yes.
And that also is fairly common sense, correct?
I don't know how to answer that question, being that it's like the number one cause of
You're
death
talking
for children.
about Karen
That's
or the
number one cause of death
defense?
for kids. So I don't know how to answer that question.
Well, my point is, we know guns are dangerous. We know they're dangerous when youths handle guns. It doesn't change whether it's a youth or an adult, correct?
I think that if they wanted to have a pamphlet that said the Person Safety Act notice, they would have. It says youth for a reason. I think that there's a special category for that.
But any person would know that a youth handling a gun, it would be dangerous.
I would hope so.
Okay. We saw a lot of exhibits showing that there were trips to the gun range, and we can agree that there is no doubt James Crumbley and Ethan Crumbley like guns or are interested in guns, correct?
It appears so from the evidence, yes.
You showed this jury evidence of them purchasing, of James Crumbley purchasing the 3 weapons, correct?
Yes.
We've shown this jury text messages between Mr. Crumbley and Mrs. Crumbley showing that that Mr. Crumbley and Ethan Crumbley, the shooter, are going to gun ranges, correct?
I'm sorry, I got a little distracted.
I am so sorry.
That's okay.
No, the pamphlet's not required to be held at all. It's just the pamphlet has to be handed out when a
Excuse me, I'm
new
so sorry.
firearm is purchased.
You want to talk about?
I need like just something. I feel like I just had a bug fly in my throat.
I haven't seen any bugs in here. You want to talk about?
Yeah, can I have one? Thanks. Sorry, excuse me.
I've been in that situation where all of a sudden you
We
can't
can
like
agree.
talk.
James Crumbley and his
Oh, I
I've
imagine.
seen
son
before.
are interested in guns.
Yes.
We can agree they would go to the gun range, they would go shooting together.
Yes.
Okay, you have some evidence of some various trips they took to the gun range. But it's possible there's many, many more trips that Mr. Crumbley and his son took to the gun range, correct?
That's possible, yes.
What you're testifying to this jury is not limited to the only experiences we can say the shooter has ever had at a gun range.
That's fair, yes.
And there was one occasion back in the summer of 2021 when Jennifer Crumbley is with her husband and son at the gun range, and we see her
You should
shooting
really get
in the
right in,
video,
Kathy.
correct?
Yes.
And aside from that, the only other time we see Jennifer Crumbley at the gun range is on the day after the Sig Sauer was purchased.
Let me
when
know
she's
if you
with
go,
this
Kathy.
half an hour long video we watched with the shooter, correct?
Yes.
And as we watched that video, on that occasion, we can agree James Crumbley is not there with them, correct?
Yes.
And when Jennifer Crumbley walks in, she's carrying the case that has the gun in it, correct?
Yes.
She goes up to the counter, purchases ammunition, and she carries it over to the area where they shoot. Is that fair to say?
Yes, she purchased ammunition. I'm not clear on who picked out how much ammunition. There was a time that that the shooter made a 2 with his finger, and I can't be certain if he was talking about the ammunition boxes or the targets.
Okay, so they end up in the area where you shoot, and it appears to me, although I've never been to a range, you
Yeah, it looks
put
like
the
there's
gun
plenty of room in
in
the
the
audience.
spot where the person stands to actually
Now,
shoot it,
Kathy.
correct?
Yes.
And then it appears to me, but please tell me if I'm wrong, that you load the magazines with the ammunition on the counter behind, when the gun is sitting away from you, correct?
Yes, that's generally been my experience at private ranges, yes.
And in these videos that we saw, it's apparent that the shooter has knowledge of how to load those magazines with the ammunition, correct?
Yes.
He is the one loading those magazines with the ammunition, not Mrs. Crumbley.
No, there was a point at one time when Mrs. Crumbley was putting rounds and her arm was moving. Obviously, the angle's sideways, so you can't see, but there was a time when she was loading. I don't think she loaded all the magazines, but I think she did load a few.
Nobody
rounds.
caught it.
Okay, and when we see the video of the shooter shooting the weapon, he obviously knows how to shoot the weapon and is shooting the weapon at the target, correct?
Yes.
If you guys want to go, if anyone's interested in attending this court case in person, just DM me on Twitter or send me an email or find me on Discord or something. If you have any questions about it, I'd also love to hear some of your impressions if you're there in person. So just let
Yeah,
me
that'd be
know.
cool.
Yeah, and if you want to come on panel or report back, whatever you want to do.
And when Mrs. Crumbley comes up and takes her turn, Mom's having her turn with the weapon, there's some very obvious conversation going on between herself and the shooter, back and forth between the two of them, correct?
Yes.
And it appears from the video, I believe that you said the shooter is explaining something to her.
Yes, I think he was explaining how to send the slide forward to chamber around. She was having trouble. She got the magazine in, but then couldn't get the slide to go forward.
Okay, and that was in the first, she took 2 turns essentially at the range, correct?
Yes.
And in the first turn she took, that's when she's having trouble with the slide?
Yes.
Okay. And when we see Mrs. Crumbley take her second turn, we see her turn back and have to call the shooter over to explain something else to her in trying to figure out how to hold the gun, correct?
Yeah, it seemed like he was trying to explain how to properly grip the firearm, yes.
Okay. And we can agree that in the videos from this shooting range at Accurate with Mrs. Crumbley and other ranges, it's clear the shooter has been given experience shooting at ranges and knows how to operate these weapons, correct?
Yes.
You also showed this jury evidence that on one other occasion, Mr. Crumbley and the shooter rented a 9mm gun.
Yes.
And on that day, obviously, the shooter shot the 9mm gun, correct?
I don't recall from the video that we have of that if he shot it or not. I believe, I would assume he did, but I'm not.
Nicholas is
It would
here.
be weird if you rented a gun and didn't shoot it.
I agree.
Okay. And you don't know if there's other trips that Mr. Crumbley took with the shooter where they may have rented 9mm guns on other occasions, correct?
If it was to this specific range, I would know about it based on the receipts, but if not, then no. If it was a different range, then it's possible, yes.
The range that you checked with was the one in Clarkston, correct?
Yes.
There are a number of gun ranges though in the area, and it's fair to say you did not check
I think,
with all those ranges.
to be fair, she's also
Not
at
all of them, the ones
1.25
in
speed.
close proximity to the house,
Yeah.
yes. But at the
'Cause
time, it
we
was winter, so a lot
are-
of the outdoor ranges, it had snowed the weekend before. A lot of the outdoor ranges either were snowed, there was too much snow.
We're like
but yes,
5
but as far as
minutes
the
behind.
indoor ranges in the area, that's the closest.
Okay. In addition to these guns and going to this indoor range, you were at the Crumbley home during the time the search warrant was executed, correct?
Yes.
And if you do not know the answer to this, you can let us know. During the search warrant that was executed, you observed that the shooter had a number of BB guns, correct?
Yes.
And BB guns are not on the same level of danger as these 3 weapons, these 3 guns you testified about, correct?
I mean, they can be dangerous, but are they a firearm? No.
Okay. So, and you also, I'm sure, observed that in the backyard at the Crumbley's home, they had targets set up where BB guns could be shot in the backyard, correct?
Yes.
So it's a very fair assumption to say that the shooter was interested in BB guns, target practice, these guns, going to the shooting range.
Yes.
She has a cough drop. Judge gave her a cough drop. She had a tickle in her throat, like a bug.
Yeah.
She swallowed it.
When you testified that the Keltec was in a gun safe at the time law enforcement did the search warrant, correct?
Yes.
And the Derringer.
Yes.
And there was a cable lock that was not on the Keltec gun, correct?
There was a cable lock in the Keltec gun box in the kitchen that was not on the Keltec gun. There were no cable locks on either the Derringer or the Keltec inside the safe.
And we talked about the different options of ways to keep the gun safe. And while the cable lock was not on the Keltec or the Derringer, there wasn't a cable lock on that one, those 2 were secured in a gun safe.
Yes, with the combination of 000, but yes.
Okay, and when you testified about the combination being 000, that was the combination that you said the manufacturer, that would be the default.
Yes.
And that combination can be changed by people when they get the gun, correct?
When they get the safe, yes, they can change the combination.
And you have no knowledge of what the combination was at the time that James and Jennifer Crumbley had that safe in the home. All you know is the time you saw the safe, the combination was 000, correct?
I know that the safe was unlocked
But
at
you
the
want
house
to
by law
ask
enforcement using
correct,
code 000.
Scott. When you're doing cross-examination, you want to lead the witness. Basically, you're testifying and the witness is confirming your testimony. So you want to say a statement and you want the witness to say yes, or sometimes you want the witness to say no. When you want them to say yes, you say, blah, 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 correct. And then their only response is yes or no. So you lock them into that because you don't want them going off on a tangent. That's not the idea behind cross.
Did you
Good job by
unlock
the
the
witness
safe
ending
at the
the
house?
000.
or
See,
is
that's
that-
why you try to keep them.
You were not the person that unlocked
Locked
that
in.
safe though, correct?
No, you asked me the question. I said I know it was unlocked with that, but I was not present when it was unlocked, but I know that that's the combination to the safe, and it has not been changed since.
Okay. You did not watch law enforcement open the safe.
No.
You did not watch law enforcement turn the numbers on the safe.
No,
You believe that the numbers law enforcement used were 000, but you do not have personal knowledge that 000 opened that safe, correct?
I did not physically observe it, no.
And it's fair to say that those guns, that Kel-Tec and that Derringer, were purchased in June of 2021, correct?
Yes.
And there is no claim in this case that the shooter ever took those two guns or took them out of the house or took those to school, anything along those lines, correct?
Not out of the house, no.
I can't get past X-Comer's avatar. It's just
In terms of,
Right?
are we gonna go until 5 or what's
I
our-
keep thinking it is Sal, and I'm like,
Okay.
Sal changed his
I would
picture.
like to put
Give
Yeah,
him
let me see.
time. Give him time. He will get there.
Hang on, let me see what the jet says about the time they're
Can we
ending.
finish this with us? Can we finish this today?
Remember, there were so many exhibits. I don't think we can. And,
Okay, we can go to 5, right? You guys okay going?
All right, we're going to 5.
Okay.
All right,
so
so that's 22 minutes from now.
you testified, okay, so let's go
Baker,
with
you
some
have
of
a statement
the
after
exhibits
this?
if we can.
I have one set up for
52.
for 5.
gotta
So
fly
if
in
nothing
it.
else happens, I'll just go live and waffle on to see if they get at home while they.
52 was this.
You have
it
nothing to
appears
do.
be conversation by messages back and forth.
Okay.
How many cases will you end before Nicholas gets through his?
It shows the shooter holding the correct?
Yeah.
This one shows him loading the Kel-Tec
Well,
video.
we were in
Yeah.
court Monday.
It shows
Let's
him
take the
loading
week off.
Kel-Tec. And this video was from back in
Yeah.
August of 2021, correct?
Yes.
It's better than being
And
union working.
You testified that obviously this video shows the shooter holding the Kel-Tec. And we,
That trial,
Let's see,
the
the
young
video was
folk
admitted
trial,
also.
will
We can
never
switch
end.
the video.
I will be here until my retirement.
You look
so this is the
like
video.
you're
I'm just gonna
defeated,
play this 12
Nicholas.
seconds.
For those of you who don't know, Nick Staroff is covering the Young Thug trial, and it's supposed to last 9 months. And they have a trial, they have a day, and then they go off for a week or two, and then they have another day of trial, and then they go off for a week or two.
Yeah. So far, one of the defendants was stabbed, so they have to take a couple of weeks off. And then
Everyone got the vid, right?
yesterday morning, the judge just said, "I have an emergency, no court until Monday." And I was sitting there, what? What?
Well, we can spend time here on this trial.
Yeah, we'll spend time together.
This is exhibit 51. Okay, so this video shows the shooter loading the Kel-Tec.
This one was an empty slide. He just sent the slide forward on this video, yes.
Okay, I am
I'm
so
just-
bad with these guns. Yeah, please correct me. So this one is him doing what, sending the slide forward?
Yes, there was no ammunition in the firearm, I don't believe there was even a magazine insert. He just sent the slide forward in this video. It was like a black leather, looks like a couch or something like that below it.
Okay, and in this video, you have no idea if there are other people around him.
No.
The video is focused on the gun in the shooter's hand, correct?
Yes.
And this video was sent by text message over to a friend of the shooter's. Is that correct?
Yes.
And while we don't see any people in this video, we don't know if Mr. or Mrs. Crumbley were present at the time the shooter is taking this video.
We know that they were in the home at the time, but we don't know exactly where they were in the home, no.
Okay, so we know they're at home at the time the shooter's in the home making this video and sending it to a friend, correct?
Yes.
And as much as Well, this video, him doing this, the shooter doing this, is not illegal, correct?
No,
It's not,
it's not illegal. I mean, I can't say,
I'm not gonna
You
say
know,
it's a
it
good
does.
idea.
right. I mean, under federal law, it wouldn't be illegal. You're in your own home and, I don't know where his parents are at the time either, though. So I can't really comment whether it was legal or not on what he's doing with the firearm.
Okay, right, we don't know. All we have is this little 12-second video with no context, correct?
But I think the context was the text message that says, my dad left his gun out. So it seems odd to send a text message if your dad was around while you filmed it.
Oh, I was taking
Okay.
notes. Yeah, I missed something in
Or
No.
your parents, I should say.
We know dad is in the home at the time
Hey.
this video is made, correct?
Yes,
Welcome,
both
Richard.
Jennifer and James, yes.
We know mom is in the home at the time this video is made, correct?
Yes.
This home we're talking about, there will be other, sure.
I'm sorry.
That was weird.
Mm,
I didn't hear an objection or anything.
I didn't
going on?
either.
ATF agent looks like a Serbian war criminal. Just saying.
Uh-oh. What's up? Something up with the defendant? Because there was no objection or anything. Usually there's an objection or something going on. Maybe the court has special permission to run late, but the Oakland County Sheriff's Department with transportation of the defendant has an issue with it. Because normally they're hard out at 4:30. I was surprised the judge was like, we can go till 5. But creepy ATF guy is pretty good at handling cross. Yeah. I mean, she's not asking hard questions either. I mean, the last question was, nothing in this video was illegal. And he's like, well, I don't know, because I don't know if mom was there. My follow-up question, if I was defense counsel, would be, let's assume mom and dad are standing right next to him. Would this be illegal? As a hypothetical. He's answered hypotheticals already for the state, so it shouldn't be an issue. Oh, that's the IT guy. What's he doing? I had a meeting with him. When I was going to have my cameras in here. Nicholas keeps typing as me, I see in chat.
I keep forgetting it's not my StreamYard.
Yeah, it's so annoying. You're just sitting there clicking.
Alright, so
Oh, that's a
during
good
the time where
comment.
We're talking about this
Oh.
video that was sent. Your testimony was that the shooter sent a text that said, my dad left this out. Or I'm sorry, yeah, my dad left it out, correct?
Yes,
It does not say my mom left it out.
it does not.
It specifically says my dad.
Yes.
And at the end of the day, you don't know the shooter,
I don't know the shooter personally.
right?
No.
You don't know the shooter's friend.
No.
You don't know other things the shooter and his friend had been talking about that day, correct?
He's okay with it, John.
I've reviewed messages between the shooter and his friend for several days.
He's not the
but
best witness.
I don't
on
understand
cross.
what you're asking there.
I'm asking, you don't
Being a
know
little evasive.
whether, when that statement was sent to his friend, you don't know that that's true, that his dad left the gun out, correct? All you can do is read the text.
I know he sent the text, yes.
He sent the text, but you don't know that that's true, correct?
You don't.
I can say I know he sent the text. I don't know exactly where. Yeah, I don't know how to answer that question. I don't know if it's true.
You mean
or
you
not.
don't know
I
how?
if anyone knows. it's
He
true or
could
not.
have been
the
lying and
text.
you don't know.
You are aware
correct?
that teenagers can embellish things?
I don't have any teenagers.
Oh my
Oh my
God.
God.
Stop it.
Sure, I
Being
don't know
so
that I'm
evasive.
Have you been a
specialized in,
teenager?
teenager behavior.
Did you lie to your
Yeah.
parents?
Have
You
you
would
ever?
agree with me it's possible for teenagers to embellish to impress their friends?
I would agree, yeah, that it's possible for teenagers to embellish. I think is a fair statement.
It's possible for them to send messages to friends to try to look cool.
It's possible, yes.
It's possible to try to fit
think
in
so.
with
I
other
think it's true.
people.
I do it as an
and
adult.
Get people's attention, correct?
With her fake eyelashes.
Yeah, just to be cool.
I think we're getting into an area that I'm not authorized to testify about as a
What?
federal
No,
agent right now.
No, that's not how you answer.
Yeah, Your Honor,
Wait,
Special Agent,
he just signaled to the prosecutor to object. That's not proper. That's not how you answer. Look at that.
That is actual BS.
No, you answer the question. If the prosecutor doesn't object, you answer the question, sir.
Brandon has very defined parameters about what he can testify to. He has assistant United States attorney in the courtroom because he can only testify to certain things. So I would just ask.
He
that-
has counsel?
It means he can't
This
testify
witness has
about
counsel.
teenage behavior. He can't testify about.
Well, some of that is also part of it. right? I guess take judicial notice that teenagers embellish things, just for my own, right? Yeah, you know. So-
Okay,
He's
instruct the
judge.
jury then. Instruct the
So,
jury that
he was-
teenagers
no,
can
he-
lie.
He was a teenager not long ago. So, police officers are looking younger
Did she
than-
just say this witness was a teenager not long ago? Did she just say that?
I don't know.
Hang on, I'm backing that up.
Behavior, he can't testify about.
Well, some of that is also part of it, right? I guess take judicial notice that teenagers embellish things, just for my own, right? Yeah, you know, so they talked about that during jury selection, so he doesn't know. I think he was a teenager not long ago. So
She did.
police officers are looking younger
She
than-
said he wasn't a teenager, or he was a
Okay,
teenager.
so the bottom line is, in terms of what's going on in this shooter's mind, and at this time, the Crumbley son's mind, we just don't know. We're not mind readers, correct?
Yes.
We do know, though,
The
it's
ATF
not just based on text messages. that
sent an
James
attorney
and
general
Jennifer
along with
Crumbley
this
were
witness.
in the
Think
home
about that,
at the
guys.
time this video was made, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That is something that you established through actual evidence, and we know they were
ATF
present in the
agent.
home.
Yes.
And when we're talking about the Crumbley's home, it's a 900 square foot home, correct?
Yes.
It's a small ranch with 3 bedrooms.
Yes.
We're not talking a 4,000 square foot, 3-story house, correct?
That's correct.
So we know that all 3 people at the time this video was made were in this 900 square foot home.
Yes.
Is what normal KPM? For the ATF agent to have an attorney general standing there
Same thing with the
representing him?
video that
No.
was by, you testified about a video where you can see the dining room table and you recognize the wood grain as being from their dining room, correct?
Yes.
Can you remind me what was happening in that video? I don't want to waste the jury's
Sure,
time,
yeah.
but I think you,
So in the video, the shooter loads a loaded pistol magazine into the Keltec and then sends the slide forward, chambering around, which means the firearm is ready to be discharged at that time.
and when
John,
that
come
video
on.
was taken,
You're denying reality.
that's also a short little video clip, correct?
Yes.
And that video clip also, we do not know who else is present when that video clip was taken.
Not in the immediate vicinity around him. No, we know that both Jennifer and James.
Okay, so if a witness can have counsel as standby, depending on what the questions are being asked. On advice of counsel, I will not answer that question, depending on if there's been pretrial motions. Most of the time, you see it with like prison snitches or co-conspirators. They have other defendants, and they'll say, "Well, we'll testify about this, but not this." Under advice of counsel, I'm going to plead the fifth, and that counsel is sitting in the back room. Generally, you don't do that in front of the jury. So it was kind of weird to say that this guy has an attorney in front of the jury and he's not allowed to testify about certain things. It's usually a rights sort of thing, like his rights, possibly involved in something else. I have no idea what it would be. But normally you do that when there's an issue of potential self-incrimination. So it's very weird to have an officer on the stand testifying with an attorney representing him and telling him what he can and cannot testify to. Very weird.
In the residence, though. Yes.
Okay, so James and Jennifer are in the residence when Ethan Crumbley is making this video,
Yes.
okay? And we know he made that video, and
Hey,
obviously
Mike
had
in
it on
trouble
his
for saying
phone.
Ethan's name.
And we know he sent that video to a friend.
Yes.
And again, we don't really have much more context beyond that, correct?
Other than the text message, no.
Well, the text message was
I'm
from,
going to jump off
I think the text message, the videos were sent,
You
and
gonna
the
jump
text
off?
message followed the videos.
there was,
and start
I'm
up
sorry.
and see what happens.
Okay, have fun. Oh, he's off. Okay.
were both of those videos sent at the time when it said my dad left it out?
I think the first video was sent at 9:30 and the second video was sent at like 12:30 a.m. So 4 hours later, but in that chain of text, it's video 9:30, video 12:30, and then the text that said my dad left his gun out, LOL.
Okay.
Something to that effect.
And you checked to make sure that at 9:30 and at 12:30, both parents were at home, correct?
Yes.
And and so he sends these 2 videos, and there's no response from his friend,
Someone-
correct?
Baker's link in the chat.
I don't recall if there was a response or not. I know that they were sent. There may have been an exchange, but I just know that they were sent to his friend.
I'm going to
Okay.
send you guys over there
And
later
then he
anyways.
sends another text saying, my dad left this out, correct?
Yes.
Now, we
Sometimes
can
the link
agree
doesn't
in the
work.
text message, or I'm sorry, in the Instagram post, there's reference that this gun was a gift to the shooter, correct?
Yes,
You are not a member of the Crumbley family, correct?
no,
You don't know what the terms of that gift are in terms of whether the shooter was allowed to just possess it and have it at all times, or if there were conditions around and rules around that gift, correct?
no, I just know that it was a gift.
And you don't know if you do not know where that gun was kept, the Sig Sauer was kept, prior to the day you're in the house with law enforcement and the open gun case was on the bed, correct? I'm sorry, it's late in the day, so my
Sure.
questions are getting terrible. Let me back up.
Yeah, I was confused.
When you saw the weapon, the actual weapon, the Sig Sauer, you saw it at the school, correct?
Yes,
And when you went to the parents' home, the gun case was out on the bed, correct?
I believe when I got there, it had been moved to the kitchen at that point.
I'm sorry, it was
Yes,
in the kitchen
sure,
at
yeah,
that point?
yes.
Okay. And prior to you getting there, you don't know where the gun case had been, where it was moved to, who had moved it, and things like that, correct?
I know based on reviewing the search warrant photographs from the scene that are done prior to searching a residence, that it was on the bed and with the empty box of pistol ammunition next to it. When those photographs were taken, that's what I know.
You don't know prior to that day or the night before where that gun was stored in the Crumbley's home, correct?
I don't know myself. I don't have knowledge of that. I know that there's been. I don't know how to answer that question, honestly.
Okay, well, you don't know the answer.
As someone that's been involved in this investigation, as one of the officers in charge, I have reviewed multiple different statements and texts about where it was stored. So I don't know how to quite answer that question because there were various texts and statements about where it was stored from the defendant's messages and statements and things like that. So I don't know how to answer that question. But do I know for certain where it was stored? The answer to that is no.
Okay. You also don't know whether when the gun, the Sig Sauer, was in the Crumbley home, if they had the cable lock on the Sig Sauer gun.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
When the gun was in the Crumbley's home, in the days following James buying the gun, you don't know if the cable lock was on that gun.
I don't know, other than the 26th, the date that they purchased the firearm. I believe they took photos of it around 1:00 p.m. I know that.
No, you don't know.
The shooter took a video shortly after 6:00 p.m. with the firearm, with the cable lock still in the bag, not inserted in the gun. So I know that at least when they got home from the firearm store after the purchase, there were photographs taken. There was no cable lock inserted. I know later that night at 6 p.m., so shortly thereafter, between 6 and 6:40, both the shooter and Mrs. Crumbley took photographs on their phone or photos and videos, and the cable lock wasn't inserted. It was still in the bag. That's all I know. I know that and at those specific times when those pictures are taken, the cable lock was not used at those times.
You can cut them off.
We can agree on that. Beyond that photograph, the day the gun was purchased, past 6:00 that night, you don't know if the cable lock was put on that gun, correct?
I have no evidence whether it was or was not. No.
You also don't know after 6:00 that night where the gun was placed, correct?
For that specific day, I don't personally know where that gun was.
I'm gonna jump over there.
You also don't know
Okay,
who
take care.
was responsible for putting that gun away that
Bye.
night, correct?
Can the witness attorney object if they don't like the question?
I don't-
No, there'd have to be some legal basis for it, such as like it's going to incriminate the witness or something. Other than that, or if the court had issued a pretrial order saying this witness is specifically only able to testify about this, and this, and the question is outside of that, he could object and say, Judge, she's asking my client to violate the court order by asking these sort of questions. That sort of thing. It has to be legal, though. Not just because he
I don't
doesn't
know how to
want
answer that question. I guess it's if Mrs. Crumbley is taking a picture of the firearm and she's the only one home, it would be her responsibility to put the firearm away. And if it's Mr. Crumbley, so I don't know how to answer your question. So if you want me to answer that, I don't know their conversations about who's responsible for locking it up at night.
Right, so your
then
answer
yes.
is I don't know. You don't know.
Right.
Okay. And so on the 26th.
Yeah,
But just,
I mean-
just don't- well, sorry.
If he can't answer the
After the first
question,
opinion-
if he says that, that's more or less him saying, "You don't know." Well, then,
Yeah.
say, "I don't know,"
I know,
instead
he
of
doesn't want to.
trying to work around like a circle.
I hate crossing on police officers because all of a sudden they get the I don't know. Oh, that's confusing. Can you please explain that more? And dancing around the freaking answer.
we can agree, you don't know if the cable lock got put on, you don't know where the gun was stored, and you don't know who was responsible for storing it, correct?
I don't know how to answer your question because I feel like that
Because you don't know.
I don't- I think
think
it's-
it's asked and answered.
I don't know whose responsibility. It could be a parent, both parents' responsibility. I don't know how to answer that question.
You weren't there.
Correct, I wasn't there. I don't know who's.
Okay,
But Your Honor, I just want to make record, he does have knowledge of all the other evidence, so I think the struggle here is she's.
No, there's no struggle. Shut up, Karen.
No, he's
Shut
making
it,
different statements
Karen.
about.
Oh,
So that's-
Not in
that's
front
what
of the
struggle is.
jury.
He doesn't
Now she's
personally know if
helping
those
the
statements
witness
are
to
true,
testify.
But I think that's why, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but
Well, you are.
I'm asking him about his personal knowledge though. I'm not asking him about things other people said, things, okay? All right, so then we go to the 27th. This is the day after the gun was purchased by Mr. Crumbley, correct?
Yes.
Okay, we've obviously talked about
Yeah, the state's not
Mrs.
testifying
Crumbley
for the
being at the
witness.
range with the shooter that day, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that night, when after Mrs. Crumbley was home, you do know that Mrs. Crumbley and her son went back home, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you don't have personal knowledge of who took the gun from the car they drove into the home, correct?
That's correct.
You don't know if the gun was even brought into the home when Mrs. Crumbley and the shooter arrived back home after the gun range.
That's correct.
You don't know if after coming home from the gun range, the cable lock was put on the gun.
By who? I don't know that the cable lock was placed on the firearm. But if you're
By
saying
anyone.
it appeared the way that Mrs. Crumbley operated the firearm, it'd be very difficult for her to lock the slide to the with the cable lock on.
By
She feels
anyone.
like she doesn't know what she's doing with the gun, right?
Yes.
Okay.
By
There's no
anyone.
doubt the shooter has a lot more knowledge about this gun than Mrs. Crumbley does.
Yes, that's fair.
Okay. And when Mrs. Crumbley is posting, she's posting that it's her first time shooting a 9mm, correct?
Yes, that's what she wrote.
And she's calling it a Mother Sunday, correct?
Yes.
And you don't know much about this family, but Mother Sunday implies this is a mother and son spending time together, correct?
That's what the text said. Yes.
It's obvious Mrs. Crumbley's doing something with her son he enjoys, correct?
Yes, he was definitely smiling when he was shooting the firearm. Yes.
Okay. And then both Mrs. Crumbley and her son are, comparing targets and talking and interacting with one another, correct?
That's what occurred on the surveillance video. Yes.
And once they got home that night, you have no idea if the cable lock was put on the gun.
I do not know. No.
You don't even know if the gun was brought in the house.
I like this.
You don't know
Finally.
where the gun was kept that night.
No.
And you don't know where the gun was kept in the following day or day after. You don't have personal knowledge of that, correct?
Yes.
And at the end of the day, I'm sorry, scratch that.
I like that. No personal finally got him to say he has no personal knowledge of how the gun was locked up, and whether or not a cable was used, where it was stored, who had access to it, nothing. Finally. That was a lot. That was like pulling teeth. That was so hard. Yeah, right? That's the judgment. Why did it have to be so hard?
Yeah.
In terms of the shooter, you have no awareness of whether the shooter has ever had any kind of safety course.
I found no evidence that he had a safety course. No.
You don't, so there is no evidence that you can say, there's no evidence, but that doesn't mean that didn't happen, correct?
Correct.
And you have no evidence about James, whether or not he's ever had a safety course, correct?
I found no evidence of that.
I'm
no.
sorry, Donna.
But I don't. Yeah. Correct.
So you
It's
would, you
important
wouldn't
for people
know
to see
either way.
that, though.
It's possible he had a safety course. I personally found no evidence of that.
And when you're talking about this drawing, and I'd like to just put the math paper back up. And I apologize, I believe it was exhibit,
75? No. It was 74.
thank you. Okay, so your testimony was, by looking at this math paper, you believe the gun in exhibit 75 looks like the Sig Sauer weapon,
Yeah,
correct?
this guy
And
is commenting
this math
about how
paper was
somebody
drawn
looks.
after the shooter
Look how creepy this guy
already
is.
picked out and had his dad purchase the Sig Sauer, and the
He wants
family
to kill
already
everyone.
owned that gun, correct?
Yes.
And that bullet you believe looks like a bullet that would be unique to the Sig Sauer gun.
No, that's not what I said. I just said out of the firearms they own in their home, out of the two
Hey.
calibers, it resembles more of a
Long-time lurker and fairly long-time member. Thank you very much for the 6-month member chat. Long-time lurker, excellent coverage, Dave. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
9mm than a 22.
Okay, but it's just a bullet, right? We can agree.
You listed off a lot of calibers earlier. If you ever look at all those rounds, they look vastly different.
All right, so that's a 9mm caliber.
I'm saying it resembles or could resemble a 9mm
Sid from
caliber.
Toy
It's definitely
Story.
a round of pistol ammunition that does not look like a 22.
Okay, these are just drawings that we know the shooter drew at school, correct?
They are drawings that the shooter drew at school. Yes, I don't know if I would say just.
You should
They're-
see it in
they're
the other
drawings we know
media
he drew at the
feeds,
school.
John.
Yes,
And you have never discussed these drawings with the shooter, correct?
No.
You were not present when the shooter met with the school counselor about this drawing, correct?
no, I was not.
You were not present when the school shooter met with the principal from the school and talked about this drawing, correct?
I was not present.
You were not present when Mrs. Crumbley and her husband met with the shooter at the school
Don't forget to
about
take the
this
poll
drawing.
if you haven't yet.
Correct. I did not get to the school that day until after the shooting occurred.
You did not hear the shooter explain why he put these things on this drawing, correct?
Yes, I did not respond until after the shooting occurred.
So you've never had a conversation with him where he explained or talked about what he was doing in this drawing, and you've never seen a video of those conversations, correct?
Yes, I believe I said before, I haven't met the shooter before.
ATF guy just has to
Yeah, just
bring
wanna
in
make sure.
stuff into his answer that relates to the school shooting.
Mm-hmm.
But it's for Jennifer. It's good that they separated the trials.
I really think it was. And she was the first one to file the separation of the trials, and I think that was a smart move.
Yeah,
But
because then they can use, if she is acquitted, they can then use that to either plea or
I can
just
We can redirect before we leave.
I can.
oh, redirect.
Special Agent Brandon, you were asked some questions about
Whoa, hang on.
the 9mm
Sorry, I had it sped up too fast. I was just trying to get through the pause.
in it, and that it isn't the most powerful gun. That there are other guns that could do more damage. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Would you acknowledge, though, that it's much more difficult to control and fire it quickly and accurately than a 22?
Yes, if we're going by the calibers, yeah, 50 caliber would be a lot more difficult to carry around than a 9mm. Yes.
Okay. And you were asked a lot about whether or not James or Jennifer, how many times they went to the shooting range, or if Jennifer ever went took them at a different time. You don't really know, though, correct?
No, all I know is the evidence that I found and that was presented today and I testified to.
Okay, well, let's talk about that for a minute. What have you reviewed? Just summarize what you've reviewed.
So I've reviewed surveillance camera video from both the school, the firearms range, Facebook returns for James and Jennifer Crumbley, Instagram returns, the forensic download of 7 cell phones, I believe, belonging to James, Jennifer, and the shooter, the entire case file, other interviews, and things like that. Basically everything related to this case.
Okay, when you say you've reviewed the phones, that means all the content that was on the phone, correct?
Yes.
Going back to quite a long time.
Yes.
In fact, some of the cell phone data went back several years.
Yes.
Okay, and on those phones, you also reviewed every video taken by Jennifer Crumbley.
Yes.
Correct? Every picture, correct?
Yes.
All of the Facebook messages from the return that she hadn't deleted, you reviewed those, correct?
Yes.
All of the communications between the two, Jennifer
Oh,
and
the
James,
stuff they
correct?
find
Yes.
on my phone.
Videos that were recorded by her of herself, correct?
Yes.
Videos of the two of them fighting, correct?
Your Honor,
No, Your Honor, let me finish.
this
The-
is
Hang
all
on.
leading questions.
Okay. The question was,
Also
question was,
relevancy.
you don't know too much about this family, do you? Is that true?
In the context of this investigation, I've learned a lot about the Crumbley family. Based on the way the question was asked, I thought it was more in the lines of, in the same way of asking if I knew the shooter, do I know the Crumbleys? I don't personally know them, but in this investigation, yes, I've had a very detailed look at their life over the last several years, especially the year leading up to the shooting, yes.
Okay. And
This
You were
guy
asked about
is
the
not
second video
a psychologist
the
or
shooter took of the
psychiatrist.
child
He
Yes.
technically cannot testify to the dynamics of the family.
Well, she snuck in that comment about video of the Crumbleys fighting. That she snuck that in. First of all, it's leading. It's not relevant. What does it have to do with any of this?
It wasn't in cross.
Yeah, outside the scope of cross-examination. Oh, there was so much nastiness and that little rambling of incoherent leading questions.
Okay, and you were asked if you knew whether or not someone was a parent, Jennifer Crumbley or James Crumbley was next to him, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let's just say for a moment, they were. Do you still have any problem with that video?
Really?
Objection. His opinion about having a problem.
I might go
is
take a
irrelevant.
look.
Yeah.
Do you have concerns about safety when you look at that video, regardless of who was next to him?
Yes, based on the height of the table, the direction the firearm was pointed would either have been based on the way the wood grain goes, it would have either been at the neighbor's house or out the front window of the house. And because the height of the table, potentially, and with the porch, I'm not quite sure if it would be head height or stomach or above, but it would definitely be pointed in a direction where if the firearm was shot, it could travel outside the home.
I got the other I got the other feed
You
from
were asked about whose
the
responsibility
Zoom. I'll take
it
a
was,
look at it.
or did you know, to lock up the weapon, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Whose responsibility is it when a firearm, a 9mm, is in your home? Whose responsibility is when you know there's a minor there?
Based on my
I
understanding
don't know
of
how to
the
I
pamphlet
don't
that
know
was
how
handed
to
out,
answer that
I can say that it would not be on the juvenile.
Yeah, there's a
You were
Zoom
asked
feed
about that meeting.
that I have access to, but I'm using
Yes.
this because you can see
And
the
that-
exhibit.
the worksheet
You won't be
that
able
you
to see
give.
the exhibits on the
Correct.
Zoom feed.
And you were asked if you don't know what the counselor said about it, correct? And your answer was no, you don't.
Correct. I said I wasn't personally there for what he said about it.
Okay, but you know that the worksheet was shown to Jennifer Crumbley, correct?
Yes.
And you know that the worksheet had the words "help me," correct?
Yes.
Okay, and the worksheet had the words "blood everywhere," correct?
Yes, it did.
Okay, and you know that that worksheet
Your
was
Honor,
both texted.
Objection to leading. This is all leading.
Do you know whether or not Jennifer Crumbley saw that worksheet?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
It was on her cell phone and she sent it to several people after she received it.
Okay, and do you know that if the worksheet that she was shown had the words "help me," blood everywhere?
It did.
Okay, thank you.
Sit down.
You can sit down next to me. Okay.
We're done for the day.
I'm going to ask you to return at 8:30 in the morning. If you guys have any questions about the schedule, did you feel like your lunch? Was lunch good? I made this. I'm gonna have you return at 8:30.
The judge isn't very stern with her objection
I'm
rulings.
supposed to tell you. During the trial, do not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about the case, and with the law, the evidence you consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. News reports do not have to meet these standards. They could give you incorrect or misleading information. So to be fair to both sides, you must follow this instruction. Do not go on social media. Don't post. Don't do research. Don't watch the news. And please do
She
not
did.
discuss the case with anyone.
She didn't say sustained or overruled. She said okay, and that was a sign that it was sustained. That's just the way this judge is.
Discuss the case with you. Please let me know. All right. All right, we appreciate it.
Christine, it's on the court's website. You got to get it from there.
Okay.
Or you can just log in. For example, here, I'll pull it up right now. You guys can see it. Well, I'll wait just to see if there's anything after the jury's let out.
Anything?
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay, so I was holding the drums. Okay. All right, hold on. 8:30, do you know who may be here?
Yeah, I think we've already communicated that, Aaron.
Your Honor, I would like to know, and that Mr. Key said he will send me an email later, but I'm asking that please happen.
Okay.
I think we were asked to do that. We're not going to text message with counsel, but we were asked We emailed her as far as I know.
I can't assist, but I can ask politely. Yeah, so I'd like you to know that if possible, so,
Thank you.
all right, I'll see you in a moment.
Thank you.
Thanks, George.
Okay, so let me pull up this feed, and I could show you the other camera that we're looking at here. This one essentially. So you can see this is Law and C Words, but I have the same feed. I just don't have it up right now. But this is how it looks from the other feed. And so you can see their faces, but you can't see the exhibits is the problem. And when the court wants to make it so that the exhibit is not visible, it shuts the whole
Yeah,
feed
just a
down.
moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
So I don't like this version of the feed. So that's what that's why I chose the other one, because I wanted to make sure I could get the exhibits. But anyways, all right, Nicholas, what do you think?
Yeah. Well, generally, I think this shouldn't have gone to trial, but for several reasons, because it assumes parents are psychics,
Mm-hmm.
that they at all times know what their kids are going to do next. And if this sets a precedent on how parents are guilty of kids' crimes, there will be, well,
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
this is a bad precedent.
yeah,
That's the bottom line. Oh, I'm going to end my poll. So, based on the evidence presented so far, are we closer to guilt of the defendant? 67% or 65% said no. 21% said we're going backwards. 6% says a small amount closer, and 7% said yes, we are closer. So there was a division, but there was definitely a distinct no. This so far, this evidence has not moved any of us closer.
Mm.
But yeah, because it's just all about the shooter thus far, and
Yeah.
not a lot of evidence connecting mother to it.
Yeah, shooter, and how Mr. Crumbley helped him how to use a gun. So how does this apply to the mother?
Well, exactly. Also, the math sheet is terrifying. How do they let them stay in school knowing he had access? Guy they bought him. So the meeting with the counselor, as testified during the preliminary examination, was that they were concerned about self-harm. Self-harm. Everyone, the counselors, the ones in the know, advising the parents that we're concerned about self-harm, you should get him therapy. The parents said, okay, we will get him therapy. Do we have to take him now? And the school said, no, he can stay in school. And they said, okay, great. Why would they think that he had anything at school? He's amongst a bunch of people, teachers, principals, the counselor who just pulled him down, who said he's going to keep a close eye on him the rest of the day. That's probably the safest place for him if they're concerned about self-harm. So they said, keep him in school. We'll set up counseling. In the meantime, the parents can go home, secure firearms or whatever else they need to do, and deal with it later. And then an hour and a half later, they get the news. So,
yeah, will the defense call the school counselor, even if the school is apparently immune to their flaws in this? They should be able to call the counselor.
I'll
to
set
advise
this up.
them to have him. No, he can stay in school, because that is the last thing the parents heard before the event took place. And
It
why
seems
wouldn't
like
you listen
they're
to
mad
the
at
school
Karen.
counselor?
Sorry, Law and Crime seems like they're mad at Karen.
Oh wow!
Yeah. She's
That
horrible.
was unexpected. The Law and Crime chat usually is very pro prosecutor.
And now it's kicking me down. Everyone's just saying bye to each other. So I'll have to go back and watch it, but it'll be interesting. What I could do is set up a screen where we can monitor, if we want to, Law and Crime's chat along with our stream.
Here's the thing: Michigan has guns. Kids have guns in Michigan.
The counselor did know.
Okay.
Specifically, the counselor knew, because there was a meeting the day before with school officials because Ethan was looking up ammunition on his phone. And in fact, they called home after a meeting with the counselor and everybody, called home and left a message for mom saying, oh, Ethan was looking up guns or bullets. He can't be doing that in school, but all is fine. We sent him back to class. No big deal. Call us if you have anything. And then a follow-up email was sent specifically to the counselor that night, who then met with Ethan the next day. So the counselor did know specifically, and that was brought out in the preliminary examination. And if you want, for the rest of your evening, you can go watch the preliminary examination, which is in my on my channel, in my playlist on the Crumbley case. We just watched it last week, so that's why it's fresh in my mind. But, well, I don't know if they're getting it right for once. I saw a couple of comments about Karen, and then it went to goodbye, everybody. So I have to go back up and look. So I'm not gonna say all the wine moms got it right this time. But anyways, I'm gonna be covering this case extensively. If any of you out there want to attend the case in person, I was there on Tuesday, seen everybody going on. I want to bring this to you live, streaming it, so I don't want to be in the courtroom. I don't want to do a hybrid thing. Depending on what's happening, I might maybe see if Nick wants to take over my stream for a minute so I can go there. But it's like a half a day ordeal if I go there. But if anyone else is going there and wants to provide feedback or has any questions about it, just let me know. It's fairly easy. It's easy to navigate. It looks like there's plenty of room in the courtroom. So we should be good. No one should be held accountable for other people's actions, period. That's my thing. If it was a negligent action by the child in a situation that the parents created, I could see where there could be a negligent cause of action or something like that. Mm-hmm. But the intentional wrongful act of a third party, even a child's intentional wrongful act, unless it was encouraged and essentially the parents are co-conspirators, if you can rise to that level, it shouldn't fall on them. Yes, and please hit the thumbs up.
Yeah, and if he had taken a car and ran through a group of people, would you still have said it's the parents' responsibility? Why does the gun matter?
Yeah. Oh, because guns are scary, Nick.
Yeah.
You know that. You live in Sweden.
Yeah. So, cars are really scary up here. But we are more afraid of moose and elk and stuff like that.
Right.
And there are, on a rare occasions, school children does not bring a moose to school.
I am not good at setting up my streams for the next morning, so I don't have one posted yet. I'm going to post it tonight. It'll go live at 8:30 a.m. Eastern. So if you have not already, hit the subscribe button. If you are a new member, get into Discord so you'll get notifications more reliable than that YouTube provides. And in the meantime, I think Baker's still going. I'm going to send you guys over there. Is he still going?
I don't know, but it seems to be a hung jury.
Yeah, but the defense is arguing about something. And, they're done arguing. Okay. Well, I'll send you guys over there anyways. Thank you all for joining. Thank you all for the super chats, the gifted members. Thank you all to the new members that joined. And I will see you guys all tomorrow morning, bright and early, 8:30 a.m. And as soon as I get my video going.
Yeah. And tomorrow evening, I'm going through Sakura Anderson's interrogation video. Yes. I haven't actually watched it thoroughly, so it will be mostly new to me.
You should do Sadie's first.
I should do
It's first in time. You should do Sadie's first.
Yeah.
It's 2 hours and 41 minutes if you just play it straight through. It's a long one. I think you should do Sadie's first. I kind of wish I did Sadie's first.
Okay, then I will. Okay, change of plans. I will do Sadie's video interrogation tomorrow. And after that, it is finally Friday, casual stream. People who I bring on people, and then we just talk about crap.
Yeah, everyone go sub to Nick. His chat or his link is in the chat. Everyone needs to go sub to Nick. He's Swedish, but he's good. So we'll leave it alone. All right, take care, everybody. Have a good evening.
Bye-bye.
When I was young.